fiscal policy. As we all know,
of high political and economic uncertainty, geopolitical risks are high, and we expect a global slowdown. We don't know whether it's going to be short-lived or not, because there is lots of uncertainty, but we know for sure that this year and next year we will have a slowdown. In the case of the low income, in the case of the LAC region, LAC is going to be impacted by several fronts because it's globally connected to the rest of the world. It's connected through remittances, it's connected by commodity prices, financial flows, and global interest rates. In the case of commodity prices, given the expected lower demand from China and overall global slowdown, we already saw that commodity prices have come down, with the exception of gold. So we expect that this will impact tax collection as well as exports and growth. Remittances. Remittance could decline if the 5% excise tax on outbound remittances proposed in the US budget bill are enacted. There is also some uncertainty there. At the same time, inflation in most countries in the LAC region are close to the upper bound. As a result, we expect that monetary policies will remain tight, given that. And as a result, there will be fiscal implications because public sector debt obligations are going to remain high. I should say that the decade before COVID, many countries in the region borrowed significantly, which worsened their debt stock positions. So the combination of a lower external demand, lower foreign exchange inflows, still high interest rates, and in some countries, large debt burdens limits the space for maneuvering in terms of fiscal policy. It's very difficult to conduct fiscal policy in this context, because on the one hand, if you provide fiscal stimulus, foreign investors may perceive this as a risk, and they may ask for a premium, and borrowing costs will go up. If you don't do a fiscal stimulus and you continue fiscal consolidation, these reforms can become difficult politically, socio, and economically. So it's very important, very, very important to calibrate fiscal policy so that on one hand, you support fiscal sustainability and at the same time you still support spending that promotes growth. I have a number of recommendations on both sides of the budget, revenue and expenditure. So, starting with the expenditure, let me start with the revenue. We believe that in the LAC region, there is space to increase tax collection and remove distortions in taxes. Let me say the following. We have done lots of research and we have concluded there is the 15% threshold. You have probably already heard about this. So what we found is that countries that collect more than 50%, they grow faster. While many countries in the region are above the 15%, there are still some that are below. For example, Paraguay, Panama, Guatemala, Dominican Republic, and Costa Rica collect less than 15%. But I must say that the average for the region is 20.5% of GDP, while, for example, OECD is above 30%. So one recommendation should be to pivot taxation towards more progressive taxation that could reduce dependency from distortive taxes such as export taxes, financial transaction taxes, and tariffs. Second, the region could benefit from improving the efficiency of income taxes. The region has actually a relatively high corporate income tax at 28% on average. It's well above the average of high-income economies, 21.7% for high-income economies. Some countries in the region even reach 30%. However, despite these rates, the average corporate income tax collection in the region is relatively low at only 4%. Despite those rates, they collect on average 4%. This can be a result of many things, including informality. So we recommend the region to broaden the tax base by improving tax administration, remove tax expenditures, and address informality. Third, the region could address tax expenditures more broadly. There are good news. In terms of tax expenditures, the revenue foregone in the region is about 4.8% of GDP, actually lower than that of the high-income economies at 5.6%. In some countries in LAC, you have VAT rate at 0, and you have spread out exemptions. The objective is to improve equality and address issues of distribution. But what we have concluded through our research is that at times, actually, it worsens inequality by imposing those rates. So we encourage to look into tax expenditures broadly and see what can be done, as they do not always promote equity and they do not always promote investment. Fourth, the LAC region could better utilize carbon prices, not only to increase revenues, but also to address issues of emissions. Many countries in the region have positive carbon prices, but others have 0 or negative. We have done some research, and we actually have concluded that carbon prices not only could lead to collection, environment sustainability, but can actually support growth and be accelerator for growth. There are, of course, the benefits of better air quality, lower congestion, and fewer traffic fatalities, but that is, I want to focus on the economic aspects here. Fifth, property tax is also underutilized in the region. The LAC region collects less than 1% of GDP from property taxes. This can be for some reasons, such as outdated property valuations, that can be less than 10% of market valuations. To align property valuations with market prices, countries could improve their fiscal valuation systems, employ new digital platforms, and modernize cadastres to improve property mapping, data collection, and data sharing. Modernizing property taxation could increase revenues and strengthen environmental protection. Let me now talk briefly, I'm still in time, right, to talk about the expenditure side. So, although expenditure in LAC average 28.8% of GDP, capital spending is actually very low. It's only 3.7% of GDP. It's actually half of the average of the public age bill at 7.4% of GDP. So I think this is a number that matters. I'm going to say it twice. So capital expenditure is only 3.7% of GDP, half of the public wage bill. I don't need to emphasize the importance of capital expenditure and the role it plays in promoting growth for the current and future generations. And what we saw and what we look when looking into data is that when there are economic downtowns, when there is need for fiscal consolidation, capital expenditure is the first one to be cut, but that endangers growth in the future. So what we would like to recommend is that capital expenditure, capital investments are protected, even in times of downturn. Second, Temporary social programs should include clear termination and graduation rules. Because there is high levels informality, at times it's difficult to have automatic stabilizers from a social point of view. As a result, the governments often rely on social transfers, again during times of economic hardship and downturns. But it's very difficult to withdraw those programs once the times are easier, once the economy starts to do well. So it's very important that these provisions, these programs have sunset clauses, that once the economy restores its balance, the benefits to the wide population will be given through more and stronger economic growth. Third, reducing subsidies can also support fiscal consolidation. Although most countries in the region do not have large fiscal subsidies, full subsidies, some countries, including Venezuela, Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia, and Mexico, still have significant full subsidies, and we encourage those countries to look into them from a number of reasons, fiscal sustainability, but other aspects and other dimensions as well. Fourth, we also recommend that countries prepare for fiscal disaster, resilience, and recovery. Over the last decade, climate change in the LAC region amounted to about 0.6% of GDP. In some countries, especially the small island economies, the impact of the climate disaster can be devastating. So it's very important to have a toolkit of instruments that allow these countries to be resilient to climate disasters. But it's very important to be preemptive and have infrastructure that will be less damaged if these events occur. And I don't want to finish my intervention with all these things that could be improved. So let me just say that I'm very happy to be here. LAC is a region with enormous potential, very resource-rich, and like the rest of the world is facing headwinds. But I think, like the rest of the world, we will be over this difficult period, and the World Bank is always ready to support the countries as needed. We are always happy to help. Thank you. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Manuela. Ahora le paso la palabra a Juan Toro.
Now let me give the floor to Juan Toro, Deputy Director of Fiscal Affairs Department of the IMF. Go ahead, Juan, you have 15 minutes. Thank you for the invitation to be here to talk about a topic that is so important for the region and for the world as a whole. I have a presentation that basically addresses what we just published, which is known as the Fiscal Monitor, which specifically focused on fiscal policy in a context of uncertainty. We've all talked a great deal about uncertainty, and I'm going to provide you with some graphs that show the sources of uncertainty, and I'm going to do this relatively quickly because I would like to primarily focus on a discussion regarding fiscal policy under uncertainty. And I'm pleased that Manuela spoke before me because we coincide on several matters, and that makes sense because we are sister organizations, therefore some aspects in common. These are the two fiscal monitors that we published in April of this year during the spring meeting, one, and the other one was during the annual meeting. As you can see, at the annual meeting, we were already concerned with debt, and there was an analysis on debt, on public debt. And then in April, we discussed uncertainty, which is still linked to the debt because one of the major risks is that debt is rising. As Manuela mentioned, the countries in the region increased their debt as a result of the need to address the COVID emergency. And with regard to fiscal arrangements, they were made more lax in some cases, and that created a situation that was more complex. And when you have a more complex debt scenario, everything that happens in the world has an impact on this, the volatility, so on and so forth. So just quickly, I'm going to refer to the content of the April Fiscal Monitor publication. You have a link, you can download this. This is a public document. I don't have to delve into great detail here. I just wanted to provide you with the broad strokes. All of the uncertainty indicators have risen thus far in 2025. Clearly, this is related to the major economic policy changes, primarily triggered by the trade war. All of the risk indices rose, the bond yields as well in developed countries and in emerging countries, emerging economies. So that is a scenario that is having a significant impact on the world. Now, as a result, the forecasts that we have, the Fiscal Monitor and others, have shown that the fiscal aspects are addressed slower, and in lower income countries and emerging economies, we see the situation is somewhat better. But generally speaking, everything related to fiscal adjustments has slowed down. And then the forecasts relative to public debt have also shown a rise on a basis of 100. We can see that today. This is slightly higher than what we had during COVID, and this is the projection or the forecast up to 2030. And that's valid for advanced economies as well as emerging economies. And what is meaningful here is that the interest expenditure has increased. You know, there's a trade-off there with regard to the government. If they have to spend more on interest, then they can spend less on infrastructure or less on social spending. So there are severe consequences there.
When you look at the specific economy in the US, you see that the deficit continues high, that the interest payments with debt are going to increase. So it's this whole scenario that sends a global sign that is quite complex, especially for countries that wish to enter the international debt market. If you look at what's happening in China, very important player in the world, is also facing headwinds with very high deficit level. They have a deficit of 7 GDP points, and it should increase. They have stimulus and consumption, and that will generate more deficit. And the advanced economies are also seeing this. In Europe, especially, we're seeing an increase in debt, although it's stabilizing. This has a very significant consequence in countries that are less developed, because one of the trade-offs that advanced countries are seeing is that given that they have this higher expenditure in defense, for example, they are seeing offering less assistance to developing countries. So we are seeing the impact when we talk to countries and discuss a possibility of receiving assistance by them. It's being affected by this situation. The more advanced countries are having to spend more in military, for example, and the emerging countries, excluding China, we see revenue quite stable, but low compared to developed countries. Although there's a high rate, as was mentioned, 28% average with corporate income tax, but it's only 20% of the GDP. And so we see an inconsistency. It generates these challenges for the debt market, and the spreads are dropping, but we saw an increase in April. We've also projected that the debt risk has moved. When we looked at it in October, 95% of the percentile was 95.5% and 97.5, but it moved. So there is more debt risk now for countries. But we also see the effect of the escalating geoeconomic uncertainty. This also means that there are projections for interest payments that are being affected. It's affecting the higher fiscal deficit. And this whole scenario that is being projected is just a huge change as compared to what we saw in October, when we saw the fiscal monitor at the time compared to what's being projected now. And this, of course, generates spillovers to the other emerging countries. For example, when we're looking at the bond yield volatility, that immediately generates impact on the bonds of emerging countries with significant rate increases. It balances out in the end, but there is a spike at a given moment. And on the right-hand side, we see that when there is more interest payment, then there are other public spendings, and this is what we see from Ms. Fiscal Monitor on the need for social spending, public investment, social benefits, subsidies. When the country wishes to spend more on interest, it needs to do a trade-off sorts with other fiscal spending. So in this scenario, the need for fiscal adjustment is higher. And throughout this period, the fiscal adjustment was present in the government agendas, and with the significant change that we're seeing in the world with volatility, trade, etc., and the possibility of retaliation between countries, we see that this need for fiscal adjustment is even more urgent just to address the debt levels, debt risks. What is the recommendation for policies that we're suggesting to countries? We find some coincidences with what Manuela was saying, but I'd like to stop and mention a few aspects. We see these ambitious desires to modify the situation. There's spending, there's a series of things that are affecting growth. And we've developed a concept that we call the fiscal trilemma. We find ourselves in a context where countries on one side have a high level of debt that they need to address. That means more expenditure, more interest, and there needs to be a strategy to reduce them. On the other hand, we also see more spending pressure on defense and social expenditure, preparation for natural disasters, adjusting to climate policies, energy changes, etc. So we see two components that are putting pressure on spending. And the third aspect of the trilemma is that in many countries, we see a red line to taxation. There is certain resistance to increasing taxation, and especially increasing rates, interest rates, tax rates. We had a meeting with 20 countries from the Western Hemisphere, 15 ministers, and the common denominator of these conversations was, without saying so, was the fiscal trilemma. How do we recover this growth dynamic that has been slow in general in a scenario where there are spending pressures, there is a debt management issue, and in general, the political situation has to do with taxes, tax hikes. So what is being said is we need to be more efficient in collecting. That's a classic answer. We've heard it here as well. So somehow you say, okay, you need to collect more taxes because that's the way we fix this. Was the equation. And what it turns out that collecting more is a very complex political policy. And because if you want to emphasize collecting more taxes, addressing tax evasion, etc., it means you need to have very explicit political support to do so. And we don't see it. In general, it seems that this is a problem of tax management. It needs to be more efficient. But tax management cannot be more efficient if it doesn't have truly strong political support, because addressing informality, addressing the large tax evaders has to do with interest, and it can only be addressed if there's support behind it. If not, it's very difficult. And this for, well, in terms of tax management, but going to what Manuela mentioned, the tax expenditure is a series of situations that are granted and measured, but then never again reviewed. So the representative of Costa Rica mentioned that they have addressed tax expenditure at length, but they have seen an increase of tax expenditure and that it is permanent. So we need to expand our basis because there needs to be a rigorous analysis of tax expenditure. Otherwise, it is forgotten and we generate an explicit higher expenditure. The other has to do with income and expenses. There's these revenue and expenses, and these subsidies, for example, we have talked about technical assistance at length, and these subsidies are very difficult to remove, politically speaking. So again, here, it could be done, but you can't. We've carried out some studies, and there is a potential to collect and for greater efficiency, but the main link between revenue and expenditure is that one, there are subsidies granted to tax evaders sometimes. And let me explain this. I remember an experience in some countries, including mine, where subsidies were granted to irrigation, subsidies to manufacturing, many subsidies that were claimed when the farmers, together with the agencies, would present invoices and simply said, this is what I spent. And when the data was analyzed to see what the legitimacy was of these invoices, they realized that the subsidies were being given to a lot of people that provided false invoices. So it's absurd. On one side, you collect, you offer subsidies, and the subsidies are given to people who contribute to tax evasion. So this relationship is extremely important and important to control. Another component, it has to do with the concept of, well, that we've promoted from the perspective of the platform for tax collaboration, which groups the World Bank, the OECD, the UN, and the IMF. And this has to do with the medium-term revenue strategy. Basically, it's about reforms to the tax system that go hand in hand with the spending needs. This is a relatively simple exercise in the sense that you can make a medium-term projection, and this is something that we encourage of medium-term fiscal framework and projecting the medium-term spending and revenue, and sometimes there's gaps. So the idea is it's a reform, a tax reform, including policies, management, and the legal framework should be linked to these spending needs. So this gives it a different kind of strength. It is not a tax reform in isolation. It's a tax reform that is linked to spending and other aspects. Yesterday, we heard mentions of long-term spending, which we're seeing. It's important to mention it that way. Yesterday, the representative of Chile, the budget division, talked about the aging of the population that's going to generate greater pressures on pensions, etc. And health has increased enormously because the health technology is more expensive, people live longer, etc. That is a medium-term increase in costs. So the tax structure needs to include this relationship. So this is what we recommend to countries when they think about tax reforms. They should think about them within this context: strategies, medium-term revenue strategies, and within the context of a healthy medium-term strategy. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Juan.
Thank you, Juan. Now I'd like to offer the floor to Oscar Valencia, a specialist in main specialist of the Fiscal Management Division at the IDB.
Buenos días a todas y todos. Para
Good morning, everyone. For us, it's a true honor to be here, and the presentation we've brought for you is part of our macroeconomic report that we issue every year, and more specifically speaking, the fiscal area. It's going to supplement what Manuela and Juan already mentioned. We're going to focus on expenditure, especially efficiency of expenditure. We're going to also introduce a new concept, macroeconomic division of spending.
de los balances fiscales, y acá tenemos
To update the figures, here we have the primary balance, as you can see. Per group of countries, what we see is indeed a recovery, what we call the mirage of fiscal adjustment, because there are many shocks that are appearing at the same time. During the pandemic, we had a shock, and also in terms of demand, and after the pandemic, a shock in terms of supply, and this had an impact both upon revenues and upon expenditure, unlike what we saw when we experienced a national financing crisis in the region where the stimulus was withdrawn after the pandemic. But the inflation pressure, higher inflation pressures also led to a stimulus not only reflected in terms of expenditure, but also in terms of tax expenditure. We see a recovery, but this recovery has worsened. And also between countries, the response has not been similar. It has not been symmetric. Some countries have a primary balance that is positive. In fact, following the pandemic, those countries recovered fairly quickly, and those that are guided or geared towards the export of commodities normally face greater challenges in the mid-term. Now, compared to 2023, we saw an important adjustment in terms of current account and a rebound in terms of revenues. But if we compare that with what we had before the pandemic, we see that this is concentrated in a group of countries, and it is these groups of countries that make a bigger fiscal effort in order to have positive primary balances. In all countries, there is a persistent deficit, and it's difficult for them to recover to the level we had before the pandemic. Now, when we look at the breakdown of the debt, this is interesting when one compares the figures of Latin America. As a percentage of the GDP, despite the fact that it is high as a percentage of the GDP, it has a downward trend, but it is somewhat misleading because of inflation. In real terms, it is the same as what we had during the pandemic, and when we conduct the breakdown, the contribution to growth is fairly small compared to the pressure implicit in the payment of interest, and that was mentioned beforehand by other speakers. Here we have key indicators, especially important for risk classifiers, which is the debt affordability, which is the interest payment versus revenue. So we see that that is increasing, and the main component of this growth is the payment of interest. And here we're talking of we're not talking of the credit card interest, but thinking about the service of the debt and the concentration that it will have in the upcoming years. So what is it that we are viewing? And this is consistent with the macro scenario included in the report in terms of growth. There is generally a slowdown, despite the fact that tourism-oriented countries rebounded strongly after the pandemic. There is a moderation in commodity-based countries, and in the diversified countries that is mixed. We see there everything that is being done in Mexico, in Brazil, in Brazil and in Argentina, which also contrasts with the latest updates in Mexico. And therefore, in Latin America, what is very probable is that the primary balance will open up in the midterm towards a deficit of 1.5, and the debt continues to be as a percentage of the GDP. Well, it's complex to view it in that sense, but we find is a more moderate growth. And on the other hand, in commodities, there may be an increase. In fact, there is a positive trend, and as we have seen in the diversified group. Now, within this context, something is happening from an institutional point of view, and Manuela mentioned this. The issue of fiscal rules is an issue. At the IDB, we have conducted a major effort in terms of analyzing the issue of compliance with rules. We have, in accordance with the public reports by countries, we have built a public database about the fiscal compliance of all countries in the region, and approximately 48% of countries in the region have fiscal rules. However, compliance contrasts enormously with the sustainability patterns. In the report, we ask ourselves the following question: is it that complying with rules implies that public finances actually become sustainable? And the answer is somewhat mixed. On the left-hand side in this panel, we find 4 regions that are fundamental, where we compare as a sustainability indicator based on the fiscal reaction index for each country in the region, and we compare this with compliance. The size of the circles represents the size of the debt. Originally, we would have liked to be in the first top panel, where there is high compliance and sustainability, and the debt is under control. But what happens is that countries comply, and yet the debt continues to increase. And in statistical terms, very few periods have actually been sustainable, and that leads us to the question of what do we do with that rule? Is it useful or not? Do we have problems with the design or implementation? On the right-hand side panel, we show that when countries create a sustained effort in their efforts to comply with the rules, what increases is sustainability levels. The rules are useful to the extent that they lead to a continuous effort in order to comply and control debt levels. Now, as mentioned by my colleagues, in terms of fiscal consolidation, what is it that we can do? Well, we find enormous scope in terms of the efficiency of expenditure. One referred to expenditure and to collection. Here, we're going to talk about the efficiency of the spending. And what we find is findings about the level of efficiency in spending, estimated in 2018 by the IDB, the efficiency line of around 4.4. This is recent, and decent data shows that has increased up to 4.6, and basically in terms of transfers here, and that this is related to subsidies. Now, we cannot forget that the government in the market is an important actor in many dimensions. In terms of public procurement, it is a major purchaser of services, and it alters labor markets when it comes to investments. If resources are adequately used, they can invest in important sectors. And why do we clarify this? Well, because this has a clear impact upon relative prices, and by impacting relative prices, interest rates, salaries, prices for goods, that will have a macro effect, and an important macro effect. So what we have done in the report is to conduct a whole series of simulations where we showed what would happen if we avoid many of the policies to reduce public spending inefficiency, considering the historical experience of countries, and what will be the net fiscal savings as a result of this, not only in terms of spending, but also the total macro effect in terms of both revenues and debt. And what we found is the following. In terms of rates of growth, and these are efforts that are not conducted in one or two efforts, but rather midterm efforts, what we've found is that indeed, in terms of growth rates, on average, long-term rates, in order to reduce efficiency, could be increased by up to 2 percentage points. Now, this is the same as reducing the misallocation that implies having resources in the public sector. That is important. And in terms of fiscal balance, despite the fact that there is a bad spending of 3.6, by reducing that, we will not necessarily create a savings of 4.6, but rather 1 percentage point less, 3.6. And this is not symmetrical, and it relies upon the effects that it can have upon spending and also upon revenues. So in terms of transfers, the main trade-off is to increase does not necessarily guarantee greater coverage. So there is a trade-off, because administrative costs could increase significantly in terms of public procurement by having more competitive processes versus the quality of the goods that are being purchased. Well, this is an investment, not only within the investment, but also we're talking about the quality of investments. The whole cycle of investments becomes fundamental. And so, for example, in terms of transfers, we found that the multiplying effect upon fiscal revenues, and in terms of enhancing the formalization, is gigantic, and that leads to a macro effect which is even far greater than the reduction of revenues. And another important finding is that in terms of the accumulated debt, there is a clear trade-off. If we gain efficiency in terms of caring for this in the midterm, we experience a reduction of practically 8% in terms of gross debt. Now, there is also, well, let's think about a reform of efficiency, but we find something which is constant, and that is the budget rigidity, or the spending rigidity. We can deal with this, and we put forward a whole series of recommendations dealing with it, with efficiency, considering rigidity. And there are a whole set of studies about this, but we have shown this. And I would like to give you some concrete examples. In terms of procurement, the issue of digitalization is fundamental. That leads to over costs. It enables us to identify the issue of price creation and guaranteeing quality. What we have found in evidence outside the region, because this generated or represented around 3 percentage points of the GDP. In terms of wages, the idea is not only to freeze salaries or wages, but to improve their quality, and focusing on how to strengthen the multiplier, but also taking into consideration the investment cycle. And with this, I would like to conclude. I would simply like to leave you with this final message. Spending leads to how we can create more value and how we can increase public value. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Oscar.
Thank you, Oscar. All questions, for all questions, we will have a 30-minute Q&A session at the end. of this session. Now I'd like to offer the floor to Jessica Roldan Peña, who is Director of Macroeconomic Studies of CAF, of the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. Hi, good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here in this very relevant and timely discussion. As from CAF, we would like to talk about the fiscal challenges within a context of low growth and high uncertainty. However, I would like to bring this closer to a dimension that is not discussed at length, which is a subnational dimension. During yesterday's sessions, my colleagues and probably throughout these sessions, we'll be talking about the structural deficits in Latin America that are the fiscal challenges in Latin America, structural fiscal deficits, consolidation pressures, and all these aspects related to inefficiencies in spending, as mentioned by Oscar, the low and regressive tax collection, issues that have been discussed over and over again. However, many of these challenges are also expressed very clearly in territories. I am not in any way saying that things will be resolved, but rather dealing with it at a subnational level. But I am saying that it is important to analyze this at this level, and that is what CAF tries to do around many other issues in its latest report on developing economies entitled Close Solutions. And today I'll discuss some of the results expressed in that report. Now, why is it important to look at this at a subnational level? Well, not only because we require efficiency at all levels, but because local governments or subnational governments are the ones that are closer to the population to a certain extent, those that have a very important transformational potential in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have more than 18,000 local governments and more than 160 regional governments, but beyond the figures, it is important to highlight how close they are to population. Subnational governments are the first contact of the state with citizens in many cases.
Provide several different services such as healthcare, education, water, transportation, waste collection, and they're key stakeholders not only for implementing public policy, but to detect mistakes, adapt solutions, and generate institutional legitimacy. Subnational governments account for 20% of total public spending in the region. We're talking about 5.8% of the regional GDP. When we compare this to countries in OECD, that's relatively low, when in these countries, they spend close to 12.5% of the GDP, which is in general 30% of public spending. It is important to recognize that just like in other areas, the region features a significant heterogeneity. So we can see economies with an important public spending component in the chart: Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, where subnational governments spend close to 40% of the total spending in the first two cases, almost 30% of the spending in the third case. But it also happens with countries where the public system is not that large, such as Mexico and Peru, where they spend close to 35% and 28% respectively. So this spending takes place in the subnational context. So the subnational role is a significant one, regardless of the institutional structures of the region, as long as there are enabling conditions for that. In most of the other cases, the public budget in subnational governments is quite limited, and not necessarily because they have limited responsibilities, but because there are important gaps between the financing that these governments can afford. So, as I have said at the beginning, these governments cater to basic needs of the population. More than 60% of spending, subnational spending, is channeled through current spending, which of course leaves a little margin for public investment, especially in areas such as productive development infrastructure. The technical capability of the government tends to be quite unequal. And something that is irrelevant is the financial institutional infrastructure to respond to these functions. In many cases, there's a significant gap between what is expected from these governments and what they can actually do. Now, if we talk about how they spend, or these subnational governments spend, we should look at where do they get these revenues from, and this revenue for subnational governments exist in a context of a highly decentralized structure. As you can see on the screen, most of these revenues comes from transfers. This is close to 58% of the subnational governments that receive their revenue from transfers, and 42% are public revenue, or their own revenue. That's the part in blue. When you compare that to other countries, especially the ones in OECD, is practically the opposite. 57% of own revenues, whereas 43% account for transfers. And in that sense, let me highlight the following. Of those revenues that they generate, only 66% account for tax-based revenue. Only 1.8% of the GDP in the region comes from tax revenue in the subnational context. Hence, the important idea that one should increase that revenue collection base in general. The tax payment locally increases. There's literature showing that increases accountability for governments, because by having a much closer link, citizens do not only feel the right of actually asking for more spending, but also they have more incentives to pay taxes. But if they see return on that tax payment, it is important to consolidate their own tax base. And in that sense, it is also important to talk about how fiscal transfers happen. Fiscal transfers, of course, have the objective of reducing disparity among jurisdictions. Jurisdictions. And of course, that is an important objective. However, they also have limited capabilities in order to exercise, to allocate those resources according to the priorities of the subnational governments. In many cases, there are important regulations that allocate floors or caps, or budgetary guidelines that may reduce the action margin of those governments. And strictly speaking, there are certain fiscal structures that generate limits in the autonomy of the local governments. It is a fact that transfers alleviate these transfers, but they can also trigger certain behaviors. They tend to desensitize local collection, revenue collection, and they may tend to create excessive growth, both the size of the government and also the size of their debt. Besides, there are important disparities in the revenue collection of the subnational governments. A part of these disparities comes from the difference in the development of these locations, and also important differences in terms of the fiscal efforts that each one of them makes. In this chart, you can see that the main tax in many of the places where there is data for, because reviewing collection and collecting data are important, is the estate or land taxes. In yellow, well, it is clearly that is underutilized. Local governments also collect significantly because of administrative taxes, service fees, sale of real estate, but these revenue tend to be less stable and more sensitive to economic shocks. So in general, trying to strengthen their own revenue and decentralized collection to a certain extent, of course, taking into account the differences in the constitutions and the different states in the region. It is not trivial, nor is it neutral. If it is not done carefully, inequality may increase because those territories with a different economic base tend to collect more revenues. There may be other administrative inefficiencies or other phenomena if among subnational governments they start competing to lower taxes to attract high income people or companies, but affecting or impacting the tax base, achieving regional sustainability and also local stability is not an easy task. What are some of the improvement proposals that the report is trying to present in terms of their own revenue strengthening collection? The advice is to reduce the weight of gross taxes on sales. They cause distortions and they are predominant in many of the territories. They do not allow for the deduction of inputs, so they penalize the companies with low margins. They do impact small and medium-sized enterprises and promote vertical integration as a way of avoidance. They are highly cyclical. They are impacted by economic contractions, and they may also the advice is also to strengthen land taxes with multiple advantages. Is territorially clear. It connects the tax with visible benefits. It is used also as an urban planning tool, and it can be progressive. Of course, this is associated to high political costs. And there are certain challenges, such as a mismatch between the payment schedules and liquidity of households, the systems that are out of date. And my colleagues already mentioned that. And in that sense, the recommendation is to simplify the rate system so that there's no difference by activity in the payment of these taxes, and somehow facilitate gradual payment as well, adapted to the income flows of the households. Another recommendation is in the sense of developing new subnational taxes, both for individuals and enterprises, such as urban mobility taxes or environmental taxes, or the ones associated to urban spaces. Another recommendation, tools to promote voluntary payment. It is known that there are some strategies that governments follow, for example, monetary rewards or social rewards, that at least in the light of the current evidence, are not necessarily effective, or the effectiveness of these mechanisms is quite mixed. However, it is seen that the sending communications that appeal to tax morale may have positive effects, or a task that is cuts across the board, which is improving coordination and cooperation among national authorities. Now, in terms of transfers, one of the recommendations are focused on transferring possibly in a better way. First of all, performance-based schemes are suggested. One part of the transfers are subject to verifiable goals, for example, spending quality, improved services, in order to correct pro-cyclical nature of transfers. Stabilization funds are suggested, especially in those places where transfers are associated to non-renewable natural resources-based systems, especially clear, predictable, and transparent transfer systems that provide these governments with clear rules according to the expectations in terms of what are the resources that they are going to get. Finally, let me address the issue of spending. And clearly, this overlaps with what has been mentioned in this session. It is important to create efficient public procurement systems with competitive systems and contracting and procurement digital platforms that will help us in context with limited institutional capabilities, also establishing control mechanisms in order to produce comparable and timely and comparable information. The third pillar focuses on the use of incentives to improve the spending efficiency, especially in topics such as result-based financing, but also this approach requires a ongoing monitoring and supervision systems, and also professionalizing the subnational technical teams. That is also very important. I will leave possibly for the discussion the topic of debt. We need to talk about debt to complete the circle, but there's an important risk, an important trade-off between not creating risk, moral risk, so that subnational governments can actually enter into debt. To avoid this problem, one needs to have clear rules in this area. Just in closing, I wouldn't want to end without emphasizing that the fiscal sustainability can not only be designed centrally, we need to strengthen subnational levels to escalate solutions. In general, that also applies to all other issues related to development in the region. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Jessica. Ahora,
Thank you, Jessica. Now I'd like to offer the floor to René Orozco. He's an economist of the Latin America and the Caribbean unit at the OECD Development Center. Thank you, Cecilia, Noel, and dear colleagues for giving me a space to present the work that we've been doing at the Development Center OECD. And I'd like to present two different efforts that are quite different, but that are interconnected, and they have been mentioned already. One is that we did map fiscal incentives that is coupled with the work presented yesterday in the fiscal outlook, and another perspective of the citizens' perspective about tax. That Juan mentioned the importance of having the citizens' support for reform purposes, and let's go straight into this topic. What in the terms of fiscal incentives work started with people from IDB. We analyzed or calculated the effective taxes that companies were paying. We did a calculation of the marginal and the average taxes, and I'm going to present the average taxes and effective average taxes that companies are paying, and this it's quite impressive to see the high taxes or the high rates that Latin America pays compared to OECD. And this is because of two reasons. The legal or base rate is relatively high, and the fiscal treatment that they receive, for example, the appreciation of Latin is less generous in other places.
Work clearly was missing the fiscal incentives component. So we, with our colleagues from the OECD Tax Policy Center, set down to address tax incentives for companies. We did this for 10 countries: Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Paraguay, Peru, and El Salvador, and Uruguay. And we assessed this country by country, law by law, and we found 120 fiscal incentives in these countries. And we classified these under the four groups you can see on the screen, which are fiscal exemptions, tax allowances, credits, and reduced CIT rate. We've seen that as far as exemptions and reduced rates are concerned, these are most broadly employed. Now, the ones that are based on income tend to be less effective and more costly, and the tax allowances and tax credits were also used to a certain extent. Now, what's interesting of this database, which I forgot to mention, is that it allows us to conduct a comparative study between the 10 countries, but in additional 70 countries around the world, 70 emerging economies. And so we did a comparison with the Southeast Asian and African sub-Saharan countries. And the major differences are related to tax credits, where roughly 70% of the countries that we analyzed are using at least one tax credit. Now, if we delve deeper into details here, we can see that fiscal exemptions are the ones most broadly used. And if we break those down into temporary and permanent, we can see as well that they are used in a more continuous fashion. One actually mentioned that many of these start out as temporary incentives, but they over time become permanent, standing, and or they're left in limbo and no one knows what happened, but they just remained in place. The same happens with the other incentives
Los créditos fiscales.
with the tax credits. And then when we focused on the eligibility conditions, we see that there are different issues. Often they need to be focused on sectors. Often they are used for special economic sectors or for geographic issues or with specific outcomes in mind or in keeping with the size of the investment. Let's delve deeper into the sectors per se. We can see that out of all of the countries that we studied, 80% of these are focusing their incentives on at least one sector. For example, manufacturing industry in Argentina, Brazil, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, we see that. We also see primary sectors in Argentina, Ecuador, Peru, services, Costa Rica, Uruguay, Colombia, and we also see that support is provided for specific areas such as renewable energy, tourism, and the infamous sticks. And when you see something in blue, that's when you have at least one incentive, and red or purple have more than one incentive. And now this clearly shows that there's an overlapping of sectoral overlapping, which makes us think that there may be opportunities for improvement or for greater efficiencies. So there clearly is room for improvement here. As I mentioned, part of this study consisted in calculating the weight of these fiscal incentives on the tax burden or tax basis of the companies. We did this for three key areas: for tourism, renewable energies, and another area. If we focus on incentives for tourism, we see that 6 of the 10 country studies are using these incentives for tourism with different strategies that range, for example, including all tourism activities in the Dominican Republic or Uruguay, or more specific conditions based on investment size or locations such as Colombia, Ecuador, and Dominican Republic. Costa Rica, for example, provides incentives to air and marine transportation, and El Salvador provides specific incentives for restoring historic buildings. Let's talk about the weight of these incentives on the average effective tax, CIT. When countries use these taxes, they can reduce, they can be 70% more efficient. And this type of incentive, as I mentioned, are based primarily on income or revenue. And when that happens, the effective rate drops to 70%, and those that are based on expenditures only drop by 5%. So clearly, there's an issue related to the cost of these. And as mentioned, we need to understand much more in terms of what it costs and what gain we are receiving. If we focus on the renewable energy sector, is quite different. These are used, here we use more expense-based instruments and a wealth of them. There are, for example, tax exemptions in Ecuador and Colombia, credits in Argentina, the Dominican Republic, acceleration in Colombia, for example, etc. Now, what is interesting here regarding the incentives for renewable energies is that they are newer. In other words, they're more transparent and simpler, and the criteria are simpler and clearer. So clearly there's a difference between the new incentives and the older incentives and how they have been applied and are being applied going forward. If we look at the weight of on the right, on average, we can see that we have economies that are using incentives for renewable energies, and the weighting drops to 50%. Now, those that are expenditure based, you see a drop in the rate of roughly 70%. Let's talk about special economic zones, 28% of all of the incentives we assessed are aimed at these types of exemptions, and they're primarily revenue-based, and the exemptions 100% of the exemptions have been given for long periods of time, and not just in one sector, but in a wide variety of sectors. So there's a question there that we need to take into consideration. Fiscal incentives reduce the CIT paid by companies by 80%. And most of these are revenue-based incentives. It's important to clarify that for now, we only have this assessment, this analysis, but for the future forecasts that Jessica and Noel will be working on, we will aim to focus on the impact of incentives on development and their weighting there. For now, this is just our preliminary analysis. I can say that not many are having impact on development, but yes, the support is minimal. There's another project that I wanted to mention, and that is the fiscal contract. Role of the tax system in the fiscal contract. Let me provide you with some context. And Juan talked about how much wiggle room we have to make political policy changes. Now, we are dealing with 3 key projects here that we assessed. We conducted perception surveys among citizens with regard to the tax proposals, that what they thought about these. This has been published. We're going to continue updating this. And then there's another one. We want to see the other side of the coin. And we conducted a survey with tax administrators. And I'm sure some of you have answered these, or your colleagues have. Thank you. And we asked the tax administrators, more than 8,000 tax officials from 22 countries responded to this survey. And it's a preliminary analysis. It's in diapers still. And it's a mapping of the various policies in this realm. I'm going to speed up. I'm running out of time. But for example, we wanted to first understand what in theory, the citizens thought about these taxes. We asked, do you see paying taxes as a contribution to community rather than a personal cost? And if we compare Latin America, Asia, and Africa, we can see that orange and black refers to agree and strongly agree, and it's less in Africa and Asia than it is in Latin America. And we also broke this down by country. Then we asked them, the citizens, what is the current state of the fiscal pact? And the specific question was, are the public services I receive fair compensation for the taxes I pay? Again, you can see orange and green refer to agree, strongly agree. When you compare Asia and Africa with Latin America, we are quite pleased with the results of Latin America. Or rather, the citizens are happier in Latin America with the fiscal pact than they are in the other 2 regions. Again, there's good news here, and that is that citizens, generally speaking, are not so willing to evade taxes if they have the opportunity. So we think, generally speaking, we're doing quite well. But if we ask the tax administrators what their perception is of compliance, of course, we can see that the situation is entirely different. We can see that the large majority, 20% roughly, believe that the non-residents or the small business owners or individuals have low compliance compared to multinationals or large companies that tend to have their paperwork more in order. So there is a significant difference between what the citizens responded and what the tax administrators responded. So what role does the tax system play? And we asked the citizens how they viewed the role of the tax administration, if they thought it was an organization there to support them, to help them with their tax needs, or if it was there to control them and to make sure that they paid their taxes. Orange is the good part. Again, tax authorities primarily a supporting agency. Blue says tax authorities primarily an enforcing agency. And we can see that clearly, again, that there are differences between what the citizens think. Very few think that the tax authority is a supporting agency, and many of them view the tax authority as an agency that aims to control and enforce. Now, we did the same thing. We asked the same question to the tax administrators. We wanted to see what they thought about the role of tax administration. And first, we asked them what their perception was of how the public views the role of the tax administration, and roughly 40%, roughly 50% said that, according to them, citizens view the tax authority as an agency that supports. So again, there's a significant disconnect here. And then we asked them what their perception was of the role of the tax administration. And here we can see both sides of the coin. It seems to be more balanced, the response, and then their self-perception. We can see that there's a significant balance there in terms of the replies. Now, this is another question we asked all the tax administrators. We asked about what they thought the main challenges and barriers were to promoting a stronger tax compliance culture. And first, the response was a lack of tax education among the population. Cultural factors or public perception were the key challenges or barriers. A lack of integrity or trust in the institutions. These are the three main responses, and there are other ones that are more related to legal or regulatory aspects, simplicity of the system, inequality or perception of inequality. And then there's another important issue here, which is low rate of digitization, resistance to change, corruption, etc. So with these two studies, we aimed to demonstrate where we have room for improvement in terms of technical aspects, and also we wanted to show that if we want to bring about these changes and implement these reforms that we've been talking about, we clearly need to improve the perception of citizens of taxes and tax administrators. And to that end, we need to reconnect with them. And then the next step of this study is to specifically turn this into strategies for economic policy and reforms. How can we design the policies or change existing ones? And then how can we get more connected with the citizens? Those are the next steps. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, René.
Thank you, René. Now I would like to give the floor to Alexandra Pick, head of the Fiscal Data and Statistical Analysis Unit, Center for Tax Policy and Administration of the OECD.
Voy a hablar en inglés. ¿Cuánto tiempo me queda para...?
Son 15 minutos.
15
Yo te aviso a los 5.
Perfecto, gracias. Thank you very much, everyone. Good morning. It is a huge honor to be appearing on this panel. I'd like to warmly thank the organizers of this wonderful event, Noel and his team, and everyone who has spoken so far, and to thank all my other panelists who've made my job very easy, because really I don't have anything to add to everything, so I'm just going to discuss in general. I would like to briefly give the a flavor of some of the things the OECD is thinking about as concerns tax. This is not a comprehensive picture, first because I couldn't give a comprehensive picture, and secondly because I don't think we necessarily would have time. So I'm just going to touch on three areas which I hope are sort of linked to the title of this session. I'm just going to try and I almost managed to. There we go. So in general, I think I can safely say that the OECD is motivated by the critical importance of securing certainty and stability in the international tax system, especially in its case with regard to the implementation of Pillar 2 around the global minimum tax, and indeed advancing on negotiations on Pillar 1, on the allocation of taxing rights. At the same time, however, there has recently been an agreement within the inclusive framework of 135 countries and jurisdictions on the importance of exploring new areas of common interest using a phased and evidence-based approach. And I will touch on a couple of those areas at the end of this presentation on tax inequality and also global mobility. But I am head of a statistical unit, so why not start with some statistics? And I forgive this slightly bold subject slide, but I just wanted to show where we are in terms of domestic resource mobilization globally, including in the LAC region, of course, leading up to the Seville Financing for Development conference in June, July, which has already been mentioned. So this graph is based on data, harmonized data on tax revenues as a share of GDP for 134 countries. And what we see is the countries allocated by region in this case. So OECD countries on the left, and then Latin America and the Caribbean in a kind of orangey gold color, then red for Asia Pacific, and finally green for Africa. So what you see is the tax to GDP ratios in the colored diamonds for 2022, and then the gray diamonds are where they were in 2015, which is, as we know, about halfway through Agenda 2030, and so an important point to take stock of where we are. And what we see is that progress has been, there has been progress in more than 60% of countries. The tax to GDP ratio has increased between 2015 and 2022, but not by very much in many cases. So there hasn't been that much of a movement north on this graph in any region. Breaking down that graph in a different way, we see by countries where there have been the biggest, in countries allocated by income group. So on the left-hand side, you see low-income countries, and then moving up the income distribution until the dark green on the right-hand side. And in all, across all income groups, the picture is mixed. In general, with the exception of low-income countries, we see around 2/3 of countries with increases, but a third with decreases between 2015 and 2022. So if we also use the data to see the tax structure for the different regions, first of all, what we see is the continued reliance on taxes on goods and services in most developing countries in 2022. And that picture hasn't really changed very much since 2015. And a similar story if you break down the countries into their respective income groups at lower income levels, still a greater reliance on taxes and goods and services. Where we see, returning to the progress that has been achieved since 2015, much of the growth in revenues has been in corporate income tax. So unfortunately, the legend for this graph fell off. So I will talk you through the colors. So dark blue is corporate income tax, where there's been these increases, as I said. Light blue is personal income tax, where the situation is more mixed. Pink, social security contributions, likewise some increases in regions, others declines. Dark green is VAT, where there have been some increases, whereas light green is other taxes on goods and services, including, for example, excise duties and trade taxes, where there has been a decline. So this is the general picture of how tax levels and structures have evolved. In general, what we see is that there has been stronger gains at low-income levels. So for low-income countries, the tax to GDP ratio on average increased by 1 percentage point. For low to middle income, it was 0.8 percentage point, and then upper middle income, it was just 0.1%. So yes, there has been progress, but when we pitch this against growth in the annual financing for development gap, which is roughly 60% across developing countries between 2015 and 2022, as well as rising debt levels. What we see is therefore that domestic resource mobilization has not matched the needs for developing countries. And of course, COVID-19 has been a big impact, has had a big impact on that picture, especially in terms of stalling progress in raising tax revenues, but also increasing financing needs and raising the debt level, as was expertly demonstrated for LAC in the fiscal panorama presented yesterday. So that's the situation going into the Financing for Development conference, and we can only hope that the outcomes of Seville are such that they generate a step change in domestic resource mobilization. So that's the picture. Now, I wanted to take this opportunity to show a bit of what countries are doing to kind of remedy the situation and what are the motives behind it. As we know, since COVID-19, tax policy has been very active, confronting a number of different imperatives. Obviously, the initial pandemic response, but then the response to the cost of living pressures that emerged subsequent to the pandemic, along with the pressures or the opportunities for tax policy to play a role in fostering the green transition while also promoting or protecting distributional outcomes. So a busy time, and I take this opportunity to present the preliminary reports of the Country Tax Policy Reform Report, which will be published later this year, but initial results are out, and I'm allowed to discuss those with you today, which is good. The results of a survey circulated to inclusive framework countries. There are responses from 86. So obviously, I'm not going to present, this is what every country in the world is doing, but it's a decent sample, and I think it gives some idea of the broad trends, which I've summarized in this graph, and in this slide, and we'll go into more detail on later on. So higher social security rates in response to demographic and health pressures, but at the same time, targeted PIT-based narrowing. A downward trend in CIT rates is emerging, while reduced VAT rates are becoming more scarce. And at the same time, reduced rates on energy use are being phased out. So to give a bit more detail on that, the reforms to PIT are generally to increase top PIT rates and capital income tax rates more so than in previous years. And there's both a revenue generation, but also a redistributive motivation behind these policies. The reforms to the PIT base tend to be more targeted, and there was less call for, with inflationary pressures easing, it was less common to see discretionary indexation of PIT systems. Environmental goals remained a motivation, or indeed are an increasing motivation, even within the PIT policy, including around sustainable transport and investments in housing. And meanwhile, looking at social security contributions, rates are rising because of the changing the age structure of the population and what comes with that in terms of pensions, but also health spending, those pressures. However, there are the changes to the social security base are more balanced, with thresholds increasing in some cases to broaden, but also an awareness that social security contributions needed to be adjusted to avoid disincentivizing work. So a more nuanced picture on the social security contribution side. On CIT, as I've mentioned, it seems like there's this long-term trend in CIT rates declining has stopped. I wouldn't like to explain why that's happening. Of course, it would be very rash to suggest that's solely an outcome of the OECD's excellent work in this area. In fact, I don't want that minuted at all. Nonetheless, it is, I think, perhaps an encouraging development, and nonetheless, there are still base narrowing measures in effect, especially to promote investment in research and development and clean technologies, as well as strategic sectors more broadly, and using CIT incentives to encourage environmentally friendly investment is increasingly widespread. Just on VAT, equally, the reductions that we've seen previously have been, in many cases, rolled back, and indeed some countries are increasing their standard VAT rate with a specific revenue-raising motivation. And fuel excises as well, measures taken to ease living costs on consumers have been rolled back, and it's now there's a recognition that this is a way of both raising revenues and also promoting more environmentally friendly modes of transport. So that's a very quick overview of what countries are doing. And I would just like to finish by returning to the point I raised at the start on the OECD working, or the work agenda of the inclusive framework evolving a little in two particular areas. The first is around tax inequality and growth. This is something that the inclusive framework received a mandate for under the Brazilian G20 presidency, and this has been carried on through the South African G20 presidency. But while consulting on the work on tax and inequality, it became very apparent that countries are very interested in the growth implications of the tax and inequality dimension. So if this isn't necessarily a tax inequality and growth all at the same time, it's a tax and inequality agenda where the OECD is being reminded by inclusive framework countries that there are always trade-offs but also synergies between policies to enhance the efficiency and equity of tax systems. And so very much a phased approach is going to be undertaken to analyzing this topic, which it seems to be of interest to obviously to countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, but also more broadly. And so we will see this is a space to watch. But yes, of course, being mindful of the sovereignty of individual countries to manage these kind of trade-offs is critical to it being gaining traction. And finally, around global mobility, again, this is an area where there's a lot of interest internationally. Certain subgroups seem to be highly responsive to taxation when choosing where to live and work, as we might expect, high income or very wealthy individuals, but also individuals working in more mobile occupations, and foreigners, which is a fairly abrupt term, and I think this just means people who move once are perhaps more prone to moving again. This is an area where there is a lot of work to be done, and it's extremely challenging to even scope it, but what we know are where the gaps exist. There's limited evidence in terms of how citizens respond to specific types of tax, whether they're more influenced by capital gains tax or capital income or even inheritance tax. And although what evidence does exist tends to focus on high labor income earners, but there's much less known about wealthier individuals. And the policy implications of all this remain unclear. So that's me. I hope I haven't outstayed my welcome. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would be delighted to discuss any of this later on. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Alexander. Y ahora debiéramos tener conectado a Santiago Díaz de Zarralde, director de Estudios e Investigaciones Tributarias del CIAT, que va a presentar.
Thank you, Alexander. Now we have Santiago Díaz de Zarralde. I would like to tell you that all the presentations will be in the Fiscal Regional Fiscal Seminars webpage. First of all, I'd like to thank ECLAC and Noel, Mariana, for your invitation and for enabling me to participate online. Before I begin, I would like to express my gratitude because I'll present a lot of data, some studies related to tax administrations, which is the result of a shared effort by many partners, OECD, ECLAC, the IDB, and many consultants also Luis Pelagor, Fernandez, Peláez, Carlos San Martin, and I would like to say this from the very onset in order to gain time so that we can now talk about this issue. I'm not going to repeat this in each one of the studies, but it is their merit. Otherwise, and I feel it's worthwhile mentioning their names at the beginning. Now, before I present this data, to talk about the fiscal policy challenges in a context of low growth and high uncertainty, what it is that we can do in terms of fiscal policies. I would like to mention 4 points before we move on to the data. The first thing is that out of everything that we're going to present, which is often presented with means from Latin America or from CEAT member countries, we actually work with tremendous heterogeneity. If we were to talk about standard deviation, so we would be underrepresenting the mean, and therefore we have to adapt this to countries, and not only between countries, but also over time. Many things have changed. There have been changes in the way in which we operate, and that also means that statistics over time must be taken with a pinch of salt. Now, with regards to the fiscal spaces that we could have, well, we believe that we must deal with them with tremendous realism in terms of the waiver on taxation revenues. We must determine what taxes we have and therefore what political feasibility or transition feasibility we have. We have many reforms that are mentioned, but that do not bear fruit precisely because of those considerations. Secondly, another great major fiscal space is informality, and we need to take into consideration how to deal with us to a large extent. As from our perspective, this is closely linked to economic realities. It's not fraud or tax evasion, but rather inequalities and different levels of poverty. Thirdly, the space that we may have in terms of illusion or tax avoidance. So we must bear in mind the measurement techniques, and if we compare ourselves with countries from outside the region, there are certain bottom limits when it comes to tax avoidance, which is basically responded to problems with methodology and with supervision. Now, the context in which we move to find fiscal spaces for taxation administrations often face classic problems, the temporary inconsistency of certain optimum policies, and this which emerged or became popular via a well-deserved Nobel Prize and the work to monetary policy and the work of the independence of central banks has an impact upon taxation spending and the use of amnesties, and also has an impact upon tax revenues and tax and other tax aspects, and therefore with more profound reforms, we could struggle against that. And finally, when it comes to administration, I would like to reiterate what other presenters have already expressed, in the sense that administration has made tremendous progress, and we have data to see how this has improved via digitalization and so on. And this is a context that is reflected in surveys, in the sense that it needs more institutional strength on the part of countries, an effective and fair management of public spending, and certainly a tax legislation to support all this. Now, with having said that, I would like to talk about the data to contribute to this debate. Here and I'll discuss them in order. First of all, fiscal information sheets. So what they do is to summarize the whole outlook, both for the mean in Latin America and also for all countries. And we can see the classic considerations that have existed for the past 15 years. Convergence with OECD means is halted between 11 and 12 percentage points. The tax structure also has a bias towards corporate income tax and indirect taxes as a result of the consequence that this has upon the redistribution capability. And we see that variability with the monthly evolution that we find in the collection report. Does not clearly reflect what has happened in the past 3 years. A drop of practically 10%, an increase of practically 20%, a recovery of pre-crisis levels with a growth in 10% in 2022. And this year, we have become stagnated with a mean growth which is practically zero. And of course there are certain differences between countries. Now other aspects related to that heterogeneity is that that fiscal and taxation structures are not the same in every country, and therefore we have developed this equivalent fiscal pressure that is very relevant for some countries. On average it can contribute 2 percentage points of the GDP, but in sometimes it increases by 30 or 40% in terms of classic fiscal pressure. Now, with regards the tax spending, we have the latest data updated to around 4% of the GDP, and then the outlook of well, this is summarized for each country because of the main rates, and we would have this in terms of income tax or in terms of aggregate value, a specific amount of scope. Now, in terms of the mean, we lose around 45% of tax collection, or VAT collection, practically 60% of the potential collection using this methodology of corporate income tax. An important difference is that what is estimated as X inefficiency, which is sometimes called fraud, we believe that it should not be classified in that fashion. It represents up to 47% in terms of income tax. The last two pieces of information summarize the whole wealth of information that we have from taxation administrations. Considering 10 years of data, we have a lot of data, it involves more than 170 countries, and it enables us to determine how countries in Latin America have collection costs that are acceptable, well below the mean, and they are working with budgets that are less than their surroundings, and they have reached a level of technology which is very high, for example, in terms of electronic payments, and they're already feeling the pressure of some other threats that we can evidence in the world. The population aging, for example. The last indicator is the Inditec index conducted before and after the pandemic, and shows very good information for Latin America and the Caribbean, and in some aspects that this region become world leaders in aspects such as electronic payment and electronic invoicing and that type of mechanism. Now, the details of each one of these things, I'll move on very quickly in order to be on time. This is the data for 2023, and here I would simply like to talk about this per region. I would like to point towards heterogeneity. We have a mean drop of minus 0.1%, practically stability, but recovering over time. It was worse at the beginning, and the tax collection compared to tax collection in 2023, but with regions that grow at a rate of 4%, and also with regions that have a drop of 4%. And this can be analyzed in detail on a country-by-country basis. I am not to talk about this in detail, but we can see variations of practically 17% drops or an increase of 11%. In the case of 2024, we could perhaps mention some figures, and in this case we have a small collection, at least during the first 6 months, so we have data, but they are incomplete. And we have we see a slight recovery, slightly better than the previous year, going beyond some of the crises that we faced, and we now believe that we are facing new crises. And here we can see the tremendous heterogeneity between countries in terms of their behavior over the past year, in terms of fiscal pressure for some countries such as Chile, Mexico, El Salvador, Bolivia, Panama. These are countries where we have to take into consideration that there's different tax collection systems. And we'll also see that this has been reflected in taxation statistics this year, and that enables a more balanced comparison. In terms of tax spending, we have updated this for many of the countries up to 2023, and it is established. What is established for the latest periods is that 4% mean, with 25% of potential collection, and a distribution in taxes that is the same as previous years. We focus on general taxes on consumption and more than 50%, and also taxes on corporate tax, which is 2.5% of the total. And that leads us to these estimations that I've already mentioned. I'm not going to dwell on this in view of time, and that takes us to the last things that I would like to share with you. I would like to insist on the effort made by tax administrations in order to supplement this survey, this ISORA survey. In the past year, we also have conducted an additional effort. We have an annual and survey and also a 5-year survey, and that is why we have published the results in 2 different volumes. So the first one refers to the basic data of what is managed, what staff they had, how they're organized, and what is collected by tax administrators in general terms, and also individualized for each country in Latin America and the Caribbean. And the second volume that enables us to dwell deeper on some very relevant aspects, such as our institutional organization, the detailed management of human resources compared to other public officials, the segmentation of taxpayers, the use of technology, and the assistance provided to taxpayers. Finally, I would like to provide you with some news about other relevant aspects of that have occurred this last year. First of all, the publication on special taxation regimes for small taxpayers. This is a reality of Latin America, which is also a reference at a world level. We have 39 regimes in 2023. They have grown, but they already have a long history. And that was what has made it what has enabled us in this volume to analyze its pros and cons, the best practices, and has enabled us to reduce that informality. Because, as you all know, the collection goals are not as relevant given the condition of these taxpayers. At a supplementary level, we also have 2 other products. One is an observatory of fiscal reforms, of which we summarize in this publication, and where we have systematized all the fiscal reforms of the countries that were taken into consideration, 19 in all, per theme, per moments, per packages, describing them and just reflecting the description that the laws have and their main points, including the reference to the different links in order to find and analyze each one of these in greater depth. 66 reforms have been approved, 12 are underway, and we have information from 18 countries. And we find that in 2024, it's difficult to detect trends. There is a large number of fiscal amnesties, both partial and total. There are reforms of taxation systems for small taxpayers, and also tax increases and tax reduction, incentives to investment. And we also have the experience of those reforms that haven't yet been implemented as something that we need to take into consideration and to have in our inventory so that we can evaluate that. And that is supplemented with a summary of taxation legislation that in 1,000 pages summarizes all the taxes available in these countries, and then other studies and publications that analyze concrete aspects, how to make taxation administrations capable of managing these new taxes and these new environmental challenges, administrative records in order to support the design of public policies related to spending, and how to analyze the analysis of the progressive nature and redistribution of fiscal revenues. Thank you very much. And these are my contact information. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Santiago, y pasamos al último expositor.
Santiago, our last speaker, Noel Perez, coordinator of the fiscal units area of the economic affairs. Thank you, Cecilia, and thank you very much to all colleagues in this panel. It is not a coincidence that there are 3 Mexicans in this panel. It wasn't by design. Okay. I'm happy. So there's going to be a third speaker from Mexico. Much of what I'm going to say has already been said very eloquently. I'm going to go through this quickly because I'd rather have much more dialogue. This session is usually features significant topics coming from the audience, and the idea is to stir that dialogue. So what I will say is that we are facing a context of low growth, high uncertainty, and tariff clashes over the last few months have created disruption in the production chains and in commerce. And this creating lots of volatility, leading to downward growth projections for the world and for our main commercial partners, trade partners. And from ECLAC, in our first projection for 2025 in terms of growth, this is 2%, which accounts for a reduction of 4 decimal points compared to December's forecast. And this based on all international organizations' forecasts, because this is one more piece of information of low growth that connects to low development and growth in the region, which seems to be a problem that seems to be historical. If we compute the last 10 years, including 25, we would have a regional growth of 1.2%, which is quite low for the development requirements we have in the region. But since we are talking about fiscal matters in terms of fiscal sustainability, that growth is not giving us the rates that are necessary to reduce the debt levels that we have. Well, this in a context of limited fiscal space that many colleagues have mentioned and that the executive secretary mentioned yesterday, but also highlighting something, that gap between larger spending compared to revenues is not something of the last 15 years. If we map this well into the future, 2050 is a constant value in the region. So there are times when with higher growth rates or lower interest rates, they're manageable. But in the last few years, those scenarios have not taken place, and that explains why the debt went up 20 percentage points of the GDP between 2012 and 2025. Another topic that was mentioned yesterday, and several speakers have mentioned today, is the increasing interests. In the last 12 years, the region went from having an average of 1.7% of GDP in terms of interest payments to 2.9. People coming from those countries, when you need to adjust 1 or 2 percentage points of higher spending in a year, it's manageable. But when that occurs over a 12-year period, becomes a huge issue. And that available resources gap creates an impact on other priority spending, healthcare, social protection, and housing, for example, where the growth of spending has been lower than the interest. Then we see these distortions with very high interest payments compared to education spending, social protection, and healthcare. Something interesting is we see this from Latin America, but also is an issue that has become recurrent in the US and other developed countries, but compared to spending on defense. But I believe this is important as well. With all those restrictions, the issue is that in the region we cannot do nothing. There are increasing spending needs that cannot be postponed. From the most recent estimates, is at the current rate, we would only reach 23% of the SDGs targets that should be achieved by 2030. There's an additional challenge, which is climate change, and it's present, and it's creating. Yesterday it was very interesting to see how in different countries, we hear about extraordinary spending in order to cater to floods, the repercussion of or consequences of hurricanes and wildfires, like in Chile. So what's getting into that calculation and those fiscal estimates that we see in the Ministries of Finance. And the third one that was mentioned yesterday is the demographic and epidemiological transition. For you to have an idea of the data that we have seen in literature in terms of development and climate change, the recent literature talks about investment requirements between 2 and more than 10 GDP points annually. We're talking about exorbitant amounts that cannot be adjusted within a public budget. If we look at the estimates for annual investment requirements that some countries have submitted in order to achieve their climatic goals that are a part of the nationally determined contributions, we're talking about 1 percentage point of GDP, close to 22 points. So those are extremely large magnitudes that we need to bear in mind. Now, if we look at demographic and epidemiological transition, with OECD, we have worked on an estimate of public spending on pensions and healthcare in order to standardize based on a methodology that they use, which is called SOX. And that allowed us to have information for 10 countries. When we compare that spending with an aging index, what we see is a clear connection. As countries age, pension spending and healthcare spending increases significantly. There are several countries in the region with young populations with low spending levels, but those levels could be doubled in the next decade, and that is something to bear in mind. And those are the spending requirements that were mentioned that need to be connected also to medium-term strategies in terms of revenue. And finally, just in closing, we cannot stay. We cannot do nothing. We need to expand fiscal space. We heard about it already, so I'm going to focus on revenues and three topics. The issue of avoidance in the region. Tax avoidance that has been estimated in the terms of VAT and income tax is $433 billion. This is close to 6.7% of the regional GDP. That's a huge amount. The other topic that we have also talked about is the tax spending, close to 4% of the GDP. We're leaving lots of money on the table that could be leveraged to fund all these needs that we have in the region. And it's not a coincidence that in the fiscal reforms or tax reforms that have been submitted lately, these two items are extremely important always in the discussions. And we know that that's where we need to go. And the second part is in terms of the tax side of things. The largest gap we have in tax terms between Latin America and OECD is the income tax or personal income tax. Important losses, tax losses, because of the tax spending in terms of individuals' income. Some old estimates we have for the region showed that for the highest income decile, the highest rate or the marginal legal tax was close to 28%. That is to say, 10 years ago. So when we included all the tax spending, that marginal rate would go down to 5%. So we see there a first significant gap that has an impact on the capacity to reduce inequalities based on those estimates in the region. The was able to reduce the Gini index by 2%, whereas in the European Union, that reduction level is close to 12.5%. So that's a huge problem. The second case is the one on property tax, which is 1 percentage point of gap. This is a relevant period with Jessica's presentation, because this would have to be a source of collection of the subnational governments in terms of land taxes. Tomorrow we're going to talk about social security contributions in the region are quite low and insufficient for the magnitude of the services that are offered in terms of social security, and also for the quality of such services. Of course, being an ECLAC, I cannot forget the fact that these are measures of the countries, but we also need to create regional efforts to open up space for knowledge exchange generation. And one of those that we're working on with many of the countries here present and many others is PTLAC. And finally, something that has been quite recurrent and the executive secretary talked about is that it's not only about the technical aspects of what to do, but the governance mechanisms and institutional capabilities in order to create agreements and make this reform feasible. And from ECLAC, we are driving this institutional operative, institutional perspective and operational capabilities. And that's why we believe Oscar's presentation was so interesting about how they have done estimates for some countries in the region and globally. So with that, I'm closing, and I'd like to give the rest of my time to the discussion. Thank you.
Gracias, Noel. Y bueno, abrimos para preguntas.
Thank you, Noel. The floor is open for questions. I think we should take 2 or 3 questions first, and we start answering them. Yes. Okay, 2 or 3 questions, and
Y si se pueden presentar cuando hablen por si alguien no ve el cartelito.
if you could please introduce yourselves.
Si lo ves así, Pardo.
Yes.
Ya la tenías, de hecho. Felicidades.
Yes, congratulations. It's somewhat depressing what I've just heard, and we need to work on that. Just a question for Jessica, and congratulations for the presentation. When we discuss governance, where is it more difficult to do reform in a little town where the mayor knows the rich in the town and is going to lower their taxes? The economic policy challenge is much stronger at the local level compared to the federal level. But I don't know your vision. Successful examples of those kinds of reforms, if we consider in Mexico, in the region, if you could talk about it, especially in terms of governance and economic policy of the reforms that are presented. I believe the resistance are much higher at the level of community compared to federal level.
Gracias, Juan Carlos. ¿Alguien más? Allá atrás. Sí, sí, te puedes presentar, por favor.
Hola. Sí, buenos días. Luis Moreno, de la Red Latinoamericana.
Luis Moreno, the Red Latinoamericana por Justicia Social, Económica y Ambiental. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the presentations, very interesting presentations. It's been analytical work and also proposal based on what has been presented. The issues of coordination and articulation in the region become more and more important. In the case of the ECLAC, it's important also that framework to start analyzing the proposals and how to provide solutions about the challenges in the different spaces, both in terms of progressivity analysis, tax spending, and some thematic areas in tax, both environmental as well, and other challenges that we have in the region, gender gaps, funding public services for the benefit of human rights, etc. So they are important. And I wanted to ask also, in a space that seems to be interesting, more important that we have promoted is the space of articulation of international fiscal articulation. The Fiscal Convention of United Nations is an important challenge as well that I believe should be addressed, and there's important work. It's also a matter of addressing political decisions to strengthen and to feed that, and to have an equal international tax system. And my question was, what some of the international organizations and international cooperation organizations to know how do you see this process internationally? What could be offered to strengthen especially countries' capabilities when they look at it nationally, but strengthening capabilities of the countries to comply with the objectives from the perspective you have different proposals you have in the case of OECD with the different pillars, especially the minimum global tax. How's that articulation working and how it could collaborate in order to strengthen countries' capabilities in general? That was my question.
Muchas gracias. Poliana.
Juliana? Thank you. I am Poliana and I work at the Ministry of Finance in Brazil. First of all, I would like to commend the presenters.
I'd like to hear a little bit more on the tax and inequality agenda, considering that this topic is of much importance for most of our countries. So I would like to hear more about the challenges and how are the main work is being conducted in this agenda. Thank you.
Gracias, Poliana. Si les parece, vamos con...
Thank you, Poliana. Perhaps we can leave it there and give the floor to the speakers to reply. Thank you for the question. Now, clearly this is a key challenge. That is the incentives at all the levels. And it's likely that in spaces, and often because of size, it's challenging to set up correct incentives, or it may constitute an additional challenge. However, it is important as well to address the quality of the authorities in these spaces and attempt to have programs so that the programs in which the rules are clear, and also attempt for the civil servants to improve their activities. So to reinforce the capacity of local governments. Now the report in the last section talks a great deal about who the civil servants are of governments, and it's likely that there are responses providing success stories on how to reinforce these ties and so that they're conducive to having the right incentives. So within CAF, what we have done is we have provided support for programs that are aimed at national government authorities to level the playing field in terms of capacities, to boost technical capacity in terms of managing digital content and digitize their services for data administration. For example, specifically in Peru, we reinforced a public investment administration through a program called Componche Gerentes, which essentially takes this technical capacity to the regions, to the local governments in Colombia and Ecuador. We have also provided support for register or cadastre reinforcement activities. And in Paraguay, we also work with programs that aim to improve the resource allocation of intermediate level governments. These are monumental tasks. You cannot not do them. And little by little, we can create economies of scale. And in the knowledge department, for example, where I work, there are specific teams of individuals in charge of replicating what has worked well in some countries with regard to scaling up or making more efficient the capacity of local governments. Now, that is a small step. Even though it's a small step, it can be scaled up little by little. Thank you. Go ahead, Juan. I wanted to answer a question by the colleague in the back regarding how international organizations support countries in capacity development. Allow me to mention that the Public Finances Department is preferably a technical assistance department. 70% of our budget, in fact, is aimed at providing technical assistance to the countries in terms of public finances. With regard to public finances, we cover all of the aspects related to revenue and expenditures and some overlapping areas regarding revenue. We provide assistance with regard to designing fiscal policy, also with regard to fiscal or tax administration. And as far as expenditures concerned, we work on administrative aspects, and we also have support with regard to digitization and climate change, gender-related issues. That is everything that has everything that is impacted by public finances. And this assistance consists of several different components, one of which is support for public policy design capacity, reinforcing the administrations. In addition to that, we develop a series of what we call tools or frameworks aimed at supporting the different areas of public finances. Let me provide you with an example. We have what we call PIMA, which is Public Investment Management Assessment. And PIMA is designed to support the countries for better management of public investments. We conducted a study a few years ago, and we learned that in the realm of public investments, what happens in the countries is that there is a large percentage of that spending that's lost. In fact, we published a book. We noted that roughly 30% of the resources earmarked for investments are simply lost throughout the entire process. So this framework called PIMA or PIMA provides support to the countries in the three areas of what we call public investment planning, execution, and monitoring. And then a series, it consists of a series of standard tools with regard to we have TDAT, which is related to taxation support, and this is related to the making a tax administration body healthier in terms of collection and other aspects. This is also made available to the countries with regard to public finances. And then finally, allow me to mention that roughly 1 year ago, we created a new vehicle for providing technical assistance, and we receive support from donors for this, and it's called the Global Public Finance Partnership. It is related to having a holistic, systemic approach to how we support the countries with regard to public finances, and it addresses all of these areas. And roughly, we provide technical assistance to 160 countries, roughly, in a year's time. Thank you. Manuela, did you want to add something? I would just like to say that the World Bank works with the fund, the IMF, and we provide joint support. I'm going to change to English.
Provide technical advice in the area of both expenditure, fiscal rules, and also tax issues. But I also want to say we have not talked about contingent liabilities here. We also have a program about fiscal risks. We do lots of technical assistance in the area of debt sustainability, debt management, and fiscal risks. And I think in Latin America there are a number of cases where contingent liabilities materialized and became a big weight on the budget. So I think that is also important. I just want to say more directly about the point of the global minimum tax. And perhaps I take the opportunity that I have the floor to say the following. I have a global coverage, so I work with economies in Latin America, but also African and in both Asias. And many countries have told me it's so much easier just give tax holidays to firms that actually fix the macro or get political stability because we have not control over that. What happens is that in the end, the firms are the ones that win, and we have a race to the bottom because I will provide more tax holidays, more tax credits than my neighbor country, and then the other neighbor country provides even more incentives. And then it's a race to the bottom, and the winner are not the countries, but the companies. So if we want more equity and more for the countries to support development, I think global minimum tax actually is a very important tool. Now, it's a very complex tool. That's why the World Bank, jointly with the IMF and the OECD, we are implementing, supporting countries, implementing the GMT, but we think that this way countries will overcome this very complex infrastructure that actually do not benefit them, benefits more the private sector. I'm very supportive of the private sector. It's very good when the private sector comes in, but everyone should get the fair share. Just stop here. Thank you.
Alexander, no sé si quieres contestar a Poliana. Ah, tú, sí, adelante.
Alexander, would you like to comment?
Desde el BID, nosotros en particular, desde la...
At the IDB, specifically in the fiscal division, we have two public goods that we have built with the ministries of finance in the region. One is FISLAC, which is a platform for analyzing fiscal sustainability under risk. So what FISLAC does is that it has early warnings and also contributes to policy design, policy formulation, to assessing them and allowing the countries to have instruments for adjusting fiscal aspects and for assessing different fiscal reforms, including revenue therein. And looking forward, we also work to support ministries of finance in strengthening their technical capacity. We're currently working in 18 countries in the region, and this is ongoing work. The other is LAPEF, which is an fiscal policy and equity laboratory. It's operational, and we provide technical assistance to the countries as well, primarily with regard to institutional capacity building. The second comment is related to work that we've been carrying out jointly with the IMF. And next week, in fact, we have an event related to fiscal policy and debt. And it talks, we will address a great deal of the issues that we have touched upon today. Thank you. Alexander?
Thank you very much for both questions. Starting with the capacity building question around the two pillars work in general, this is really a critical realization, I think, at the OECD, and it is something where OECD is already engaged, has numerous capacity building initiatives. Of course, tax inspectors without borders is a great collaboration with the United Nations, and is something that celebrates 10 years today and has been or this year rather, and has been a great success. At the same time, there are other initiatives as well, but the point is crucial. It's impossible to bring this work forward without a certain level of capacity upon all countries that are expected to subscribe to these projects and to implement the required legislation and generate have the sufficient administrative capacities. So yes, it's very important. At the same time, I think the importance of reflecting these differences in capacity earlier in the process, when actually these rules and processes are being discussed, is also something that is increasingly a topic of conversation at the OECD. I think the inclusive framework is very keen to explore different ways of working that are more inclusive in the proper sense of the term, and hopefully you will see important changes in this regard, because we are not deaf to the concerns of civil society or developing countries, and this is obviously hugely important for a legitimate process around international tax cooperation. On the tax and inequality work, thank you very much. I'm sorry for moving quickly over that, but I'm grateful to have an opportunity to circle back a little bit. I think we are aware this is something where Brazil did excellent work in pushing this onto the agenda, and we're very keen to take it forward. But while acknowledging that there are such country specificities and the sovereignty of tax policy is so important, it's going to be maybe a slow a gradual approach, certainly. So building on existing work and respecting the interests of countries, but we are still looking at within country rather than between country inequality. And I suppose what this work will try and do is understand in initial phase what countries are doing already and how effective it is, and where there is scope to build collaboration or cooperation across countries and share this kind of knowledge. So when we're thinking of the impact of tax policy on inequality, of course, we're thinking of the direct redistributive impact, but also as a funding source for public spending and the incentives to work or save, to invest, and of course the indirect spillover effects. But there is the impact on growth each time that countries are mindful of in the current context. So whether changes to the incentives also detract from or lead to labor market participation, investment, and innovation decisions that might not be optimal. At the same time, I think the work on at country level will focus on distributions of income and wealth, the regulatory environment, consumption patterns, the quality of tax enforcement, and how revenue is collected and how it's spent. So it's a huge agenda. I think the initial questions that people are looking at are how country-specific circumstances, such as levels of development or administrative capacity, affect the effectiveness and desirability of different types of tax policy, and whether and how tax policies can support growth and address inequality. Is this possible at the same time? Cross-border issues such as the international tax rules, how they impact on distribution are, of course, very important, and whether or not actually addressing some of these challenges requires international cooperation is the kind of the final question we're working towards. So I hope that's helpful. I'm sorry to sort of throw a lot of bullet points at you, but this is kind of, this is an initial scoping exercise, and I really hope that in the next 12 months or so, there'll be something more substantial to convey to this meeting and to others. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Alexander. Bueno, y la sugerencia acá de Noel es que si alguien tiene más comentarios, los hagamos.
And the suggestion is that if you have any other questions, maybe you can seek the speakers during coffee. Thank you all very much. It was very interesting and we learned a lot. So thank you very much to the speakers, and we'll see you outside.
Nos vemos de vuelta acá a las 11:40. No.
We'll resume at 11:45 to continue with the launch of statistics.
Muy buenos días. Vamos a retomar. Soy Georgina Cipoleta de la División de Desarrollo Económico de la CEPAL. Es un gusto saludar.
Good morning. My name is Georgina Cipoleta, Economic Affairs Officer, Economic Development Division at ECLAC. Well, this fiscal policy
Regional,
seminar,
fiscal
37,
policy
where we are in this session that has
regional
the
seminar.
objective of presenting
And our idea is to present the launching
revenue
of
statistics
the
in Latin
Revenue
America and the
Statistics
Caribbean
Report for Latin America and the
2025
Caribbean
report
2025
that you can find
that you'll be able to
uh,
find in our
This
website.
report,
This report is a joint
it's a
publication,
joint publication that
which is a
becomes
major
significant,
database produced
large
by the
database
Inter-American Center
developed by
for
SIAT,
Taxation
the IDB,
Statistics, yet
the
by the
Economic
IDB, by
Commission for
the
Latin
Economic
America and
Commission
the
for Latin
Caribbean
America and
of
the
the United
Caribbean,
Nations,
ECLAC,
ECLAC, and
by
the
the
Center
for
for Tax
Taxation
Administration
Policy
and the Development
and
Center of
Administration and the Center
the
for Development of
OECD.
the OECD.
The first
The
edition
first
of
vision of
this
this
report
report
was published in
the first
2011,
version was published in
and
2011
it
and included
included
data
data
from
from
12
countries in
Latin
Latin
American
America.
countries.
In
Over
time,
time,
this
this number
countries
of
increased,
countries
coverage increased,
increased,
and the
and
report
at
by
present
now
the
covers
report encompasses
26 countries in Latin
26
America and also the
countries of
Caribbean.
Latin America and the Caribbean. The scope of the coverage, not only in terms of countries, but also in terms of fiscal instruments, implies that this report and database is the main source as a reference point at a regional level for taxation statistics. Now, this report also includes two thematic chapters. This version deals with the trends of non-taxation revenues and the evolution of revenues obtained from non-renewable natural resources in the region. This report is evidence of the importance of collaboration among international entities in order to produce a whole set of knowledge and regional public goods that are tremendously useful for countries in the region. Collaboration over the past 15 years between SIAT, the IDB, ECLAC, and the OECD has enabled us to promote new lines of work in terms of public revenues, equivalent taxation revenues, personal income tax, taxation revenues, and so on. In addition, it has also enabled us to create synergies in the fiscal work that we conduct in our region, in our institutions, and also with Spanish cooperation. That provides a fundamental financial support in order to produce this report. We are very proud to say that all the efforts and interinstitutional collaboration, as a result of all that, we have the pleasure of launching the 2025 version of the report in this 37th regional seminar together with all our institutions. And for that purpose, I'll offer the floor, or rather, I'll introduce the presenters of this session that accompany us today. Alexander Peak, who is head of the Tax Data and Statistical Analysis at the Center for Tax Policy and Administration at the OECD, René Orozco, who is an economist in the Latin American and Caribbean unit, Center for Development Center of the OECD, Dalmiro Moranes, Economic Affairs Officer of the Economic Development Division at ECLAC. Oscar Valencia is the main specialist at the Fiscal Management Division of the IDB Group. Santiago Díaz de Serralde is Tax Studies and Research Director of SIAT, and he'll be connected online. Each presenter will have some 12 minutes to deliver their presentation, and after that, we'll open up the floor for opinions and comments from the participants. So now I'd like to offer the floor to Alexander.
I will.
Thank you.
With apologies, but I would like to start by thanking enormously a few people. So, of course, to begin with CEPAL for hosting this launch. It is wonderful to be here and launching this report again. But also the other partners in this initiative, as we've just heard, the SIAT and, of course, the Inter-American Development Bank have long supported this initiative, and without their support, it would be impossible. It is a wonderful example of what collaboration can achieve and the different roles that international organizations can play and how they are stronger when they are working together. So thank you very much again. This is indeed the 13th edition of the report, which I hope does not augur ill for the future. But yes, it has been a real pleasure to see the initiative evolve. And it's purely thanks to the work of the teams from the different institutions involved. And at this moment, I'd like to thank the teams in Paris. On behalf of René and myself, we'd like to thank our colleagues Sebastian, Emmanuel, Xinjing, and others who have made this edition possible. After the good news, or rather the positive messages, unfortunately the report this year is more of a downbeat edition, I would say. After rising for 2 consecutive years, the tax to GDP ratio on average in Latin America and the Caribbean declined in 2023. So in 2023, it stood at 21.3% of GDP, and that's 0.2 percentage points below where it was in 2022, and indeed slightly below where the level was in 2019, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. The decline in 2023 reflects, in part, the volatility in commodity revenues and, well, commodity prices. It also reflects a slowdown in economic activity across the LAC region. So, and in addition to that, the inflation further eroded purchasing power, and there are persistent socioeconomic challenges such as high or sustained levels of poverty and extreme poverty, all of which created a more complicated story or complicated context for tax revenues in 2023. But of course, to a certain extent, the decline in 2023 reflected quite a high base in 2022 in terms of the tax revenues that were supported by the surge in commodity prices that year. So perhaps what we're moving back towards is a sort of reversion to the mean rather than signs of a continued, or rather beginnings of a downward trend. So just as a quick recap, what revenue statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean provides is harmonized data on tax revenues across the region. So all the data is classified according to a standardized classification, the OECD Interpretative Guide, which means that tax levels across the region are combined on a like-for-like basis. What we see in 2023 is, as ever, the broad dispersion of tax levels across the region, so ranging from around 10% in Guyana all the way up to above 30% in Brazil. So this heterogeneity is not new to the region, but what we also see is heterogeneity among countries of changes in the levels. So while there have been significant, while many countries increased the level of tax revenues, in a greater number they declined in 2023. So when we look at the average overall, what we see is a picture of convergence that René will come back to for a while, and then that was interrupted first by the global financial crisis, and then certainly by the COVID-19 pandemic. And since the COVID-19 pandemic, the gap between the LAC average and the OECD has actually widened. So 21.3% in 2023 was lower than the level prior to the pandemic, as I've mentioned, and Latin America and the Caribbean really suffered a big fall in revenues in 2020. So recovering from that has clearly taken some time. And as I mentioned, the picture in 2023 was by and large sort of negative one for many countries. We see in this slide that in 14 out of 26 LAC countries, the tax-GDP ratio declined, with especially large falls in Chile, as we heard yesterday, and also Peru, and Argentina as well had quite a large fall. But at the same time, this graph just shows that actually the opposite was the case in 2022. So this speaks to the volatility of natural resource revenues and their impact on fiscal revenues more broadly. So strong increases in Peru and in Chile, for example, and also Trinidad and Tobago in 2022 were reversed to a certain extent in 2023. And with that, I'm going to hand over to René, who is going to talk a bit more about the underlying structural factors beneath these changes. Thank you.
Gracias, Alexander.
Thank you, Alexander. In fact, if we disaggregate in 2023 and we open up according to the types of taxes to try to understand in terms of who should we blame for this drop, we could clearly see that is a matter of revenues or the contributions of corporate taxes, and also the income that we can identify. We see that in 2026 they both dropped minus 0.1 percentage points. As Alexander just mentioned, it is in contrast to what happened in 2022, where the corporate tax increased. Now, if we delve a little bit deeper, if we break it down by country in terms of this drop or lower income tax revenues, and then we look at the heterogeneity of the region, we see different results. To the right, in dark blue, we see the drop of these, but at the top in light blue, we see the contrast of 2022, when most of these countries increased this contribution, contrary to 2023 when it dropped. To the left, we see Colombia. That's a specific case because some of these taxes were paid in advance from corporations. So we expect for the next year an adjustment. It's not clear to what extent, but an adjustment to this increase that was experienced. Now, if we break it down for the different types of taxes in all countries to understand the heterogeneity, we still see in Peru and Chile and Argentina, these corporate taxes are still a main driver, mainly because of the drop in this revenue. And we look at Jamaica and Colombia, it's the opposite. Colombia, as we heard in Jamaica as well, a special case of an increase. But clearly there is heterogeneity in the countries that needs to be borne in mind. Now, if we look at the different sub-regions, that is to say, Caribbean, Central America, and Mexico and South America, we see very different situations. If we look at personal income tax, we see that in the Caribbean it grew, in Central America and Mexico it remained the same, in South America it dropped. If we delve into corporate income tax, in all subregions the income fell, but in South America, that was the sharpest drop. And in reality, if we look to the right, we see all the income tax in South America. We see that this is the region with the largest drops, with red numbers in almost all types of tax categories, except for Social Security. Now, if we take a step back and we go back to what Alexander mentioned, this convergence. So we wanted to present this exercise in our publication where we did a scatter plot and we divided the tax into two main decades, the decade ranging from 2001 to 2013, and then the decade between 2013 to 2023. This is a difference. at the beginning of the decade. And we see that in this first decade of 2011 to 2013, taxes in general have grown, and there was a slight convergence of countries in Latin America towards OECD. Latin America is the darker blue, and OECD is depicted in light blue diamonds, and we see this significant increase, and we got closer to the levels of OECD. But what happens in the last decade then, which is the opposite? We see Latin American countries results were much more heterogeneous, with countries that actually lost or decreased their income tax levels, and we see similar results closer to OECD. So clearly, that momentum that had been gained for 2 decades has been lost lately, and the convergence issue, for way of saying it, has become stagnant. So it's still pending in the agenda, I'd say. Now, if we delve deeper into tax structure for 2022, if compared with OECD, we see the average tax structure. We have over dependence on or the dependence on consumption with VAT and other indirect taxes, accounting for almost 50%. We see income tax below OECD, and among income tax, different weights. The OECD personal income tax with a higher weight in Latin America, corporate income tax with a higher weight. So there are certain differences in that case, not only in terms of the structure, but if we break it down for each subsector, we also see differences in potential improvement spaces. We wanted to run an exercise as well to understand the structures according to the tax levels. In the x-axis, we see the tax to GDP ratio. To the right, and in the different axes, we compared it to, for example, how much of the total percentage of, or what share of tax revenues goes from personal tax. The top left is that right, and we see as the more you collect, the higher the weight of the taxes in your collection. The opposite, when we look at corporate income tax to the right, or VAT tax, or the other consumption taxes that are not a VAT, there's an almost negative ratio compared to the first chart that we saw on the personal income tax and social security tax. That's a story to be told, and that has been happening year after year. And finally, we ran an exercise, which is the VAT revenue ratio. The actual VAT revenue, if the general rate would be applied to all final consumption. If we have 1, that's the best. Well, that means we're getting the right revenue, but 0 is at the other end. And clearly, we see lots of heterogeneity in Latin America. We see countries such as El Salvador, Bolivia, Chile, Ecuador, Paraguay, Belize, Jamaica, or St. Lucia that have a result that is about 0.7, which means that there's a broader base, a lower level of exemptions, and almost no reduced rates. That is the opposite case when we look at Guyana, Trinidad, Tobago, Colombia, Mexico, Dominican Republic, when we talk about below 0.4, or the opposite case, significant exemptions or extended use of 0 rate or low compliance rate, in other words, a high avoidance.
Thank you very much.
I will give the floor to my colleague.
We are this year looking for the first time at non-tax revenues in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is the first time we've carried out this exercise, and enormous credit to the team that was responsible for putting this together. The approach was consistent with the approach for many countries for the tax revenues, was to look for publicly available sources of information, but the quality of reporting on non-tax revenues, well, it's much harder to get a complete picture. So, for example, in this analysis, we're only looking at central government non-tax revenues, but already we think that that is sufficient to shed some light on the on this topic, which I think the partners in the initiative agree is extremely important, because non-tax revenues are a significant make a significant contribution to the overall level of public revenues in many countries globally. But at the same time, they have their own specificity sometimes. For example, they may be highly volatile. We see that in comparison to tax revenues, and they may also be time-bound or somehow finite sources of revenue. So understanding the nature and dynamics of non-tax revenues, we think, is an important addition to this publication. To note that we have data for 22 out of 26 of the LAC countries, excluding the OECD countries, Costa Rica, Chile, Colombia, and Mexico, because of different data processes. But and the last caveat I would say is that, as I mentioned, there is a certain limitation to the granularity of data we've been able to acquire, which means that you will see miscellaneous revenues feature more prominently than we would like. Nonetheless, I think we were able to present quite a complete picture of non-tax revenue trends between 2019 and 2023, compare non-tax revenue structures in the LAC region with those in other regions, and to examine the structure of non-tax revenues in the 22 countries themselves. So here we see across these the 22 countries at central government level, there's a wide dispersion of levels of non-tax revenues. In Cuba, very high, relatively so, at close to 12% of GDP. But then on the right-hand side, many countries where the level of non-tax revenues is around or lower than 1% of GDP. Here you just see the color scheme corresponds to different subregions. Sorry if that's not clear. The next slide shows the structure of non-tax revenues. As you will see, the countries are grouped according to what is the largest source of non-tax revenues, and for more than half of the countries examined, this would be sales of goods and services. However, there is a significant proportion of rents and royalties also within the non-tax mix, and that speaks to the importance of of natural resources within the revenue mix. And finally, as mentioned, there are some countries where we were unable to get much granularity, and so it's slightly unclear where the non-tax revenues are coming from. So I mentioned earlier around the volatility of non-tax revenues, and I think this graph shows it quite nicely. It also shows that there is a long-term decline in the level of tax revenues on average across the LAC region. So what we see is from between 2019 and 2023, there is a 0.4 percentage point fall in non-tax revenues to around 3.5% of GDP. But there's actually a big part of that fall was in 2022. In 2023, there was a 0.7 percentage point fall. And in some years, for example, in 2021, there was actually a significant increase. So although it's a limited time frame, already I think we see the volatility of non-tax revenues on average, and indeed within the different constituent parts. And finally, because we have data on non-tax revenues in other regions through the Global Revenue Statistics Initiative, we can do a quick comparative analysis. So we see that on average across the LAC region, actually the level of non-tax revenues is lower than in Africa or in Asia and the Pacific, where it tends to be much higher. This data runs up to 2022 for comparability purposes, so it doesn't have the 2023 reading, which would make it obviously lower still. And so what we also see is quite a different structure of non-tax revenues in the LAC region versus Africa and Asia and the Pacific, which have more similar non-tax revenue structures. So that is a brief overview of the findings, and at risk of being overly deprecating, we won't be able to answer all of your questions on non-tax revenues. I think first step is to acquire the data, and we would like to keep on having this data and being able to scrutinize it a bit better, to understand a bit more, what the drivers are and what are the factors underpinning the level and structure of non-tax revenues. But we do hope that this is a useful starting point for analysis of non-tax revenues and for providing an overall picture of the state of public finances across the LAC region. Obviously, there is room for improvement, a longer time series, a more complete coverage, but we do hope that this is a helpful starting point. And with that, I close and hand the floor to Dalmiro, if I may. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you so much. Bueno, ahora voy a hablar en castellano.
I'm going to speak in Spanish.
Antes de empezar, quisiera.
Before beginning, I would like to recognize the efforts and great deal of cooperation among the various institutions and that we have secured over the years. For those of us that is working in tax statistics for several years now, we know that this database and this report is very relevant in the region, meaningful. We know that it's important to have comparable, homogeneous statistics for most of the countries in the region. I will talk about the other special section included in this year's report, and that has been included in the several previous years' reports on a standing basis. And of course, I would also like to recognize the work carried out by all of the institutions' teams joined under this project, but especially Michael Henny at ECLAC, who has really put forward a great effort to constitute this base and to constantly update it with support of the other technical teams. So again, kudos. My presentation will focus on one aspect of fiscal revenues of the countries in the region, which is extremely important, especially for several of the countries. In fact, this presentation will focus on tax revenues from non-renewable natural resources, primarily hydrocarbons and mining resources. And I will talk about the main figures from 2023 and some preliminary estimates that we have been able to come up with for 2024. This is the content of the presentation. And I think this has been said on many occasions in the past, but in the hydrocarbon and minerals sectors, the extractive industries, the market dynamics are key and can primarily explain a great deal of the evolution relative to tax revenues in the countries. For example, production dynamics, the macro context, and of course, international prices as well can greatly be explained by this. I would say that, well, this going back in 2023, well, that's the context described in 2023. Back then, we saw that there was accelerated economic growth early on in the year in Europe and also in developing nations. And with regard to prices, what we saw was a significant drop in prices at one point in time, but then it stabilized given the actual own market dynamics. And this is very well explained in a special section. And then exports and production in Latin America grew that year, given the global demand, which was quite significant during a part of the year, primarily coming from the US and China. Now, given this dynamic, on the basis of this dynamic, this is what we observed. This is for the majority of the countries in the region. In 2023, in the end, fiscal or tax revenues dropped by primarily on average half of a percentage point of the GDP. And after 2022, which was a great year with regard to a significant increase, interannual increase, also thanks to market dynamics. So this drop is primarily explained by what happened in terms of royalties. This is what we tend to repeat with regard to the tax burden. In this specific aspect, when you look at the different countries, you can see that there's a great deal of heterogeneity at the country level, not just given the structural differences, but actual given the specific innate differences in these sectors. And here, despite this heterogeneity, the impact of royalties has been significant in some of these countries. And there have been some compensatory movements, of course, that are very unique to some of the countries. These, again, are explained in the report. In Colombia, for example, we observed an increase in income tax, thanks to a reform that was rolled out in 2022. And in the end, this reform was declared unconstitutional. So we will see what happens when we look at the estimated statistics for 2024. We will specifically there see contrary movement. And then regarding minerals, the global context is similar. We've seen slowdown, getting growth, weak global demand, higher production, and declining prices in 2023 as well. In some cases, the prices bounced back midway through the year, and then as a way to respond to this uncertainty, we saw that gold rose to the occasion as a safe haven asset. And then with regard to production and exports, we see a mix of the main minerals on the screen. And this, in the end, was what drove the mining tax revenues on average having dropped in 2023. Here you can see the magnitudes, and you can see the the differences in composition and makeup. We can see income tax on individuals has more of an impact than the royalties. And this is a structural capacity that is market in many of in these specific sectors where the market dynamic comes into play. Specifically in hydrocarbons, we can see that there's a significant participation of state-owned companies, and with regard to the mining sector, we see some exceptions, but generally speaking, the sector is predominantly dominated by private companies. And so in the end, these revenues dropped given market dynamics.
That we see in the countries of the sector, we can appreciate that these drops have happened with the income tax and in some very specific cases. And we also see movement mostly in Colombia in the case of what I just mentioned with this strong increase in the income tax in 2023 as a result of the tax reform that had a significant effect on income. Now, in 2024, we carried out some estimates, and the context has continued to show weakness in the growth rates and with persistent geopolitical tensions that are directly impacting production and the international reference levels. This affects fiscal income to countries in the region. So in terms of hydrocarbons, we had a deceleration of economic activity, production with certain balance, and prices with some drops. We can see here that the drops have been much lower than in 2023, but in some cases they ended up in negative situation, and we saw a global deceleration, prices that recovered in the first part of the year, but then they dropped off, and the strengthening of some prices specifically, such as gold and
De acuerdo con las proyecciones y esta dinámica,
according to previous years and the current dynamics, the figures show us that in 2024, the fiscal income coming from tax and non-tax revenue continued to drop in 2024, and they went from an average of 3.9 to 3.2 in the case of hydrocarbon, and in the case of mining, it also dropped. In these movements, and as an average in the region, we see some very particular drops such as Colombia, Trinidad and Tobago, and in the hydrocarbon sector, we also see a compensation of this drop with an increase in the production volume in the case of Guyana. And we also have a significant drop in specific cases such as Chile and Colombia. With this, I'd like to conclude and thank you for your attention. And I'd like to remind you that all this information that is detailed by country and as a supplement of tax affairs, you have the ECLAC website. I'd like to now offer the floor to Oscar Valencia for his presentation. Thank you, Dalmiro, and thank you very much for being invited to present in this section. I would also like to thank our colleagues for their collaborative effort. It's quite impressive. And what I'm going to introduce now is an analysis. What do we do with these data? And I will focus on answering or trying to answer some of the key questions. How resilient is the fiscal income when faced with the shocks that we see in the region? I'd like to begin with this graph. This is the distribution, income distribution by countries, by groups of countries, and we see total income and, well, tax and non-tax. And we see that the tax income is very impressive, not only because of the level, but also the cyclical behavior. And it stresses different episodes, the financial crisis and the drop in the price of commodities, and then COVID. So what happens after the shock? What we see is recovery times are key, and the drop, the magnitude of these drops in the global financial crisis and total income after COVID was similar, but the recovery is very different. And this was much faster during COVID, and it actually shows us what shocks are affecting the dynamic. And as part of this, to connect a little with I presented earlier, is the inflation dynamic. How much strength is there behind this to be able to deal with these rebound effects? This has to do with the recent fiscal surprises. We have the case of Colombia, Peru, and many other countries where we see fiscal surprises and the downslope. The targets for collection are not being met. And there's also some influence of management, the administration, and this is at least the case of Colombia that affected the dynamic. And it happens similarly in other countries as well. So it has to do with the fiscal collection. As we increase the time, that's a forecast we see on the left, and on the right-hand side, we have the forecaster of fiscal revenue and the volatility. It's interesting to see how the fiscal collections react. And in all the appendixes, we see this. We see the relevance of this, and it is increasing the probability of not meeting fiscal targets. And if they will be met, we need to make drastic adjustments. So what did we do? We have two recent publications about the analysis of asymmetries and the shock effects. And one is Energy Economics. It was published this year. We tried to analyze the shocks of tax and non-tax revenue coming from commodity prices. We disaggregated the supply and demand shocks. And the other was published in the International Review of Economics and Finance. And here we tried to look at the inflationary shocks as we saw in macro fiscal aggregates. So to highlight this in terms of revenue and inflationary shocks, supply and demand. So inflation can be the result of shocks due to supply and demand, expansion and growth, because there are pressures that are stronger. There's stronger demand, and that generates an effect on the prices, or it could be a supply shock, and that is more of what we're seeing in the stagflation. So what would the impact be on collection? No, not on collection, on total fiscal revenue. The speaker corrects himself. And why? Because these demand shocks tend to increase those shocks and have a significant effect for at least 2 years. So the message behind this is that the strength of the shock affects the dynamic of the fiscal revenue, and in this case, inflationary shocks. Well, the response could be asymmetrical. And what happens with commodity shocks? Also supply and demand. And very important also to understand whether they are importers or exporters of commodities. Here we have some positive, some less positive for the importers, and demand shock and supply shock are not the same, but they have we see the difference with the inflationary shocks. They're a little more balanced. And what happens if at that time the governments begin to implement tax reforms? This happened a lot during the collapse of the commodity prices. There are some countries that in average had 2 to 3 percentage points of the GDP. And they were pushing these reforms in the recessive part of the cycle. Does this matter? Yes, it does very much. And the only way, well, these could have a long-term effect on income, and it generates distortions in the economy. If there are countries where they have reformitis or very frequent reforms, it's even worse. So what we see here is that the effects of the reform have a very pronounced effect. So when there's a deceleration and the governments are forced to carry out reforms, it can further amplify the effects, and it happens when there are inflationary shocks or when there are others. What happens with the fiscal rules? Does this have anything to do with everything? It does, because fiscal rules lead to answers having to be coordinated with certain criteria, and it can carry negative shocks, and there may be a need to find a way to counter them. We saw this during COVID in the case of Mexico. Much of the part that helped stabilize it was to use all the funds available, and in other countries in general, we've seen this. But what we found is this: fiscal rules do help dampen the negative effects of shocks and preserve the negative or positive effect of the cycles. And when there are negative cycles, it helps improve things with the supply shocks, helps lessen the impact. Now, there's another aspect that we've talked about, which is the tax expenditure. And this has to do with a considerable part of the GDP, 4 to 5 points of GDP. And Rene mentioned the taxonomy of how this takes place in the region. And I wanted to say that it is important that we shouldn't take it lightly, and it could expand in time. I'd like to conclude with that. First, in the region, we've always seen significant challenges in terms of revenue, and this is not only because of a lack of revenue to do things. It has to do with what's happening at the basis and with its potential to react when there are these shocks. So that's what we stress. How is this response to this? Well, it's asymmetrical, and it's important to understand fiscal rules, because fiscal rules and reforms can help mitigate the effect and maintain this buffer in time. And it helps carry out reforms, especially if these shocks are inflationary. They can amplify the negative effect. In this case, it involves thinking more structurally about these fiscal strategies, if they're considered medium to long term. When you have fiscal measures, it doesn't mean that they're there by chance. There are a series of actions that need to exist in order to carry the economy. If an economy is too dependent on resources that come from fiscal revenue of exploitation, exploration of minerals and oil, it's important that among these fiscal strategies, the necessary corrective measures take place and be taken. And that is why we have a high dependence on subsidies in these countries.
In this analysis, we find that the institutional framework is very important. There is a quantitative evidence here that shows that fiscal rules may help or contribute towards the stability in revenues and also diminishing the negative impacts vis-a-vis different types of shocks. And finally, the issue of tax spending. Tax spending, as I said, is an issue, a very important economic policy issue, and reducing tax spending is complex, but there we could focus this work depending on the aggregate value produced by the economy and the political feasibility that may exist. And thus I conclude thanking the seminar for this possibility. Thank you very much.
Sí, le pasamos la palabra a
We now offer the floor to Santiago Díaz de Serralde, who is connected online. Thank you very much. I'll be very brief, because in the previous session I already shared figures with you and mentioned the publications that are aligned with this presentation. But first of all, I'd like to insist upon something that previous speakers have already referred to. This publication is a total success. The cooperation model is a success, and we no longer argue about these figures as occurred 10 or 15 years ago. And that slowed down decision-making. Beyond this, what presentations have already conveyed a full context, and what is it that I can supplement? Well, yes, for next year, for 2024, volatility continues to exist. It was somewhat lower in 2024. There are countries that indeed turn around. Colombia's collection increased by 10% in 2023, and in 2024 it will also drop by the same 10%. And we are in a scenario of tremendous volatility, extreme uncertainty that makes projections difficult. And also by using the data from the last years of this series, the projection and the analysis. And that is because we find ourselves in a situation where this theory that had existed of black swans that change trends and that appear occasionally, what we find is that it has been very difficult over the past few years to find the white swans. And for that purpose, governments are faced with that on a daily basis. And going to the issue that is of greatest concern for us, tax administrators in many countries end up by suffering from this and suffer as a result of the instability of that administration. That ends up, and they end up by paying the cost for things that are very clearly beyond their scope. And this is where I end, so we can have a time for other interventions and questions. Thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you, Santiago. We would now like to open up the floor for questions and comments, if there are any.
Sí.
Bueno, muchas gracias por la presentación.
Thank you very much for the presentations. I believe that this issue of fiscal figures is something very important. And if they are harmonized among the different institutions, that is very helpful. I would like to make two very brief comments. One about a specificity that appeared or that came across in terms of income tax in Costa Rica. With this situation of the pandemic and its subsequent rebound effect in 2021-2022, the increase of revenues was very significant. And we established partial payments in terms of income tax, and they consider the average of the last few years. And this, to a certain extent, distorts the results that one is viewing at the end of the fiscal period. We evidenced a strong drop, but resulting from the fact that the previous year high partial payments had been made, And so by the end of the fiscal year, the balance could even be negative. And therefore, this specificity of how we deal with income tax is important. And to determine whether this is the result of a rebound effect because of a very specific situation, the drop during the pandemic and the increase in 2020, 21, 2022, or whether corporations are having less economic activity. That is one of the points. The other point refers to the ratio of aggregate value in there, the issue is that 90%, let's see, the ratio is the effective collection versus compared to the potential collection. The potential collection, we believe, considers the effective rate. We eliminate the exemptions and so on, and we use the normal rate. And in Costa Rica, 90% of this VAT is the basic basket, medicines, health services, and education. And thus, the space there is complex. And something that I mentioned in previous sessions is that I believe that the space that we can have here is perhaps to transform this scheme of reduced rates exemptions to schemes of targeted reimbursements, because we don't have the capability right now to say, well, the space is to increase the basket, the basic basket, or to increase health and education services, but rather the space is to find the groups of the population that could become beneficiaries of these exemptions or of these tax benefits, and reimburse them, maintaining VAT untouched. And so for Costa Rica, it would be very complex to counteract these rates, but perhaps with a reimbursement scheme and technology enables, this could be much more important. Thank you very much. Thank you. Juan Carlos, thank you. Congratulations. I would like to ask a question that well, this is a question I asked Alex and Jacovilla Real. This information is extremely useful and valuable, but it's like Swiss banks that have a secret ball. A secret ball, how can we obtain that information? And a university professor will say, well, we have all these things and estimate this, but how can you work with us with this? Because it's important. It's not minimized, but challenged in terms of gaining easy access to this, especially for people that are not specialists on this. And another thing that we discussed with you is that that is why these are called data banks. It is called a bank because people want things that are deposited there to be reliable, that you can see it, that you can withdraw that whenever you want, and whenever there are changes in denominations, one can understand that there is a change in the denomination, but you still have that in the bank, and you can obtain it from the bank and share that with other people. I congratulate you, and hopefully you could. And I would like to say that the National Statistics Institute in Mexico provides training workshops via Zoom and using other formulas, and that becomes very valuable for INEGI. INEGI has officials that are devoted to that, and the OECD is doing this, and I'm very ignorant. Maybe you're already doing that, and hopefully you can invite me. But if you're not doing that, hopefully you can conduct that dissemination effort, because 1% that you invest in this tremendous database would, I believe, have a tremendous multiplying effect, which is something that we have discussed here. Instead of 1 percentage point or 1.3 percentage point, this would represent, I think, 4 percentage points, so to speak. One more question, please. Your name. Hi, my name is Veronica Grondona from ECLAC. And I haven't really had time to look at the publication, but a question for Dalmiro Moran related to the data from the mining or hydrocarbon sector with regards to the reform in Colombia. We made reference to that, but we find an increase after the reform in Colombia, and then you said that because it was declared unconstitutional the following year, despite the fact that that increase was maintained for other reasons. And with regards the statement that it was, or the declaration of its unconstitutional nature, what I found, and that probably refers to this point, has to do with the way in which royalties can be deducted. I see that you're moving your head, so I think you've probably answered that, but maybe you could explain a little bit of that, because I understand that the reform limited the possibility of royalties, and that is why it was subsequently declared unconstitutional, because the reform was so wide-ranging.
Hagamos una cosa, ¿querés terminar de responderla? Y después seguimos con la pregunta de Juan.
Sí, muy breve. Muchas gracias por la pregunta.
Yes, very briefly. Thank you very much for your question. I shouldn't speak about specific cases, but I'm not going to talk about the causes why that was declared unconstitutional. But the reform, one of the measures it contained was indeed the prohibition to reduce royalties in estimating income tax, and that together with an overrate, a taxation overrate for the sector. So in the first year, that resulted in a strong boost of fiscal or taxation revenues, tax revenues. And that is what we reflected in that year, in 2023, when it was declared unconstitutional. There was immediately a legal obligation to return that, to reimburse that revenue. That is why we saw a rebound from one year to the other. That's all that I could say in that sense. Thank you. One last question. I have a question about two issues that are fundamental when it comes to generating more revenues. One is tax spending. Until a few years ago, tax spending was not estimated regularly, and yet nowadays more countries are doing that, and that is a good a transparency practice. We have a vision of the tax policy. In fact, we created a program to support countries to estimate tax spending, and generally we recommend that they be published. But there is a second dimension of tax spending that is much more complex, but we believe it should be incorporated as well, because one thing is to estimate and say this is tax spending, but the second, which is much more relevant in terms of economic policy, is to determine whether tax spending are still relevant or whether they are having the impact for which they were granted. Because if we add that second dimension, we could find that there is a lot of tax spending that is not doing that, and that should be dismantled. And therefore, that second aspect in terms of tax spending is something that we should also help to systematize. That on the one hand. The other component is tax tax evasion. In fact, in Oscar's presentation, 6% of the GDP in tax evasion and 4% in tax spending, and therefore 10% of the GDP in a region which is normally 20%, So we have a 70% or more potential of greater resources. Maybe we'll never reach a zero level of tax evasion, but if we only achieve half of that, we are talking of 5 percentage points of the GDP. So it's there's significant resources in terms of tax evasion. We have helped countries and several entities do this. We have a GAP program a program to help countries estimate tax evasion, including VAT, income tax, and so on. One thing is to have a major estimations, but again, there is a second aspect, and that is how these evasion studies contribute to the actions aimed at tax compliance actions. So it goes beyond determining the level or the trend, but rather how this contributes to the actions of the taxation administration, and thus becomes what becomes far more legitimate is precisely this. Thank you.
preguntas, comentarios de Rudolf, de Juan Carlos Moreno y, bueno, también los comentarios de Juan. Si ustedes quieren ir hablando, toman la palabra, por favor. Gracias.
I feel very bad for talking again because I promised I wouldn't, but these questions are excellent, so thank you very much for this final indulgence. In not necessarily the order in which they arrive, but I would like, first of all, to ensure, to reassure everyone that the data that is in the report, it's all freely available online at the OECD Data Explorer, but also I think CEPAL may have the similar data, so it can be accessed, and all the information you will find there. That being said, it's not always the easiest. Sometimes you have to know what you're looking for. Have to know how to find it. And I must acknowledge that the OECD has moved towards a new data portal, which isn't the easiest to operate at the moment. Which really brings me on to your second point. We, I think, would be delighted if helpful to organize a webinar in which to present any aspect of the initiative. And I say we, and in the not in the royal we. I think across the initiative, we would like to, think that to the extent that it's possible to coordinate, we would be able to have something that we could present to students, or anything that would explain different aspects of this. I think we recognize it is beholden on us to clarify the work that we do and to make this work accessible. Nothing is worse than showing data and then hiding it, as you say, in the vault. And perhaps a bit too glibly, that moves me on to the point, the two excellent points made from Costa Rica, which are both very well noted. And this is the kind of complexity that you can't do that justice in the kind of the report that we produce, which is high level and has an overview of the different figures from different countries, but there isn't the space or indeed the capacity to dive deep into all the nuances of the data. But that's fine, because what this initiative is intended to be, I think, is at heart a common starting point for other conversations, for deeper analysis, for information sharing across the LAC region, of course, but other regions as well, taking advantage of the harmonized data. And I hope I'm not speaking out of turn when I say that we recognize in revenue statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean that there is greater potential to do more with the team that we have, with the knowledge that we have, and perhaps to create a wider dialogue in which exactly these kind of nuances can be teased out. I would acknowledge your point completely about the VAT revenue ratio, which is we try and explain introduce caveats in the report. The results should be treated with caution, but nonetheless, when you put that on a slide and you see the ranking of the countries, it's not that nuance is lost. So I definitely we acknowledge that, but. I think there is a sort of a common thread between these the 2 points around the accessibility of the data and the importance of exchanges based on this kind of report. It's not just numbers on a page or even online. It's actually behind each data point is a very complex reality, and if we can work together to tease these out, then I think everyone benefits. Was there another question?
Por favor.
Solo un comentario para el colega de Costa Rica sobre la segunda pregunta.
For Costa Rica, the second question, in fact, there are experiences in the region of customized VAT, which is what's being suggested, which is not only having important impacts in reducing
este gasto tributario en exceso.
This excess tax expense that also affects the total collection, but also incentivizes formalization. So it has two key effects. Now, this involves, of course, some capability that tax administrations must have, and also the transfer systems must have in order to identify who are the potential beneficiaries. The best way, theoretically at least, in order to do an automatic deduction when the payments are done for each good. But there is experience in the region that there's work conducted at IDB, including documents from OECD that show the differences in Latin America and their impact on formalization and also the discussion of the topic itself. We're running totally out of time. Dalmiro, just 1 minute.
Lo que decía Alex, y que también se apoya en lo que...
Just to reinforce what Alex and Juan said, both the VAT or efficiencies, as they're called in other research, or the avoidance statistics and tax expenses magnitude statistics are showing maximum figures. So that's why we need to be cautious with the figures, because not because we're measuring avoidance. Avoidance is not for $433 billion. That doesn't mean that we're going to be able to recover those $433 billion. But they do show a maximum or an optimum level of the space countries can use to progress. And as our colleague from Costa Rica said, the idea would be to look for mechanisms so that many of these special tax treatments, by being general, lose their distributive nature. And in fact, there's lots of work conducted, and the Mexican example is quite clear because they've worked on this matter a lot, and where they show that the majority of tax exemptions, especially in the past, but that are offered in most countries on certain very specific goods and services, are not progressive, but they are regressive, and they end up being in the hands of higher income households. As you mentioned, the customized VAT context, well, that makes our colleague very happy for what you just said, but I believe it's an option for some of the countries. I believe in the past, the hindrance was an administrative one, because it does require knowledge and an information strategy that is not available to all countries. But there have been cases, pioneering cases, of countries in the region that have tried that road. I believe it's a valid strategy to go ahead with that effort. Okay, I don't know if anyone else would like to make any comment. Santiago?
Muchísimas gracias, una sesión muy enriquecedora, llena de datos e información.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you.
Almuerzo libre. Y la sesión 4 empieza a las 15 horas, así que...
We'll start at 3 p.m. So please be here 5 minutes in advance. Thank you.
Pueden dejar sus cosas aquí en la sala. Vamos a volver acá. Mi única sugerencia es los panelistas de la sesión de la tarde, que dejen sus cosas aquí, pero déjenlas en su mochila de forma compacta, porque los vamos a mover para este lado. Es más fácil presentar acá viendo los monitores que estando allá donde no hay forma de ver un monitor. Así que vamos a hacer esos ajustes. Y nos vemos aquí al 10 para las 3 mejor, para empezar a tiempo. Gracias.
Colegas de STIC, estamos por retomar la actividad para la transmisión en línea. Bueno, gracias a todas y a todos por su...
Okay, I'd like to thank everyone for your punctuality. We're going to start session 4 of this regional seminar on public policy on public spending and investment to reduce structural gaps. So this is a panel made up by Dalmiro Moran from Economic Affairs Officer, Economic Development Division, Helmut Schwarzener, Chief Fiscal Finance, Actuarial and Statistical Services Unit of ILO, Adela Recio Alcaide, advisory member at the Institute of Fiscal Studies in Spain, and in a while we're going to be joined by Pablo Jorquera, who's the head of studies of the budget division of the Ministry of Finance in Chile. After the panel, we're going to have comments by Maria Dolores Almeida Sanchez. She is an ECLAC consultant, and she will join the session for a few minutes. Each panelist has 20 minutes. If you were to get close to that time, I'm going to start showing you these cards to stay within the agenda. Without further ado, Dalmiro, you have the floor. Thank you, Francisco. Okay, first, before starting the presentation, I'd like to recognize and also thank. I'm going to present a chapter or the results in the third chapter of the 2025 fiscal outlook. So I'd like to do the presentation and recognize that Mike Orhani, who has actually conducted the research. My presentation will attend to regarding macroeconomic effects of public spending in Latin America. The investment part has been the main pillar of this outlook, being complemented with the other aspects of fiscal incentives related to sustainability. And in this presentation, we're going to provide with some hints that I believe will be valuable and that are connected to some of the presentations that were done this morning, especially our colleague Oscar, highlighting the importance of how efficient management should be in managing public policies, especially public spending or public investment. To give you regional context and going on with what was shown in the outlook, at ECLAC, we understand that the region is facing a crisis that could be summarized into 3 traps: low growth capacity, low social cohesion, low social mobility and weak social cohesion, and also low institutional capabilities and ineffective governance. The recent estimates conducted here show that the goals called Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 would only be achieved partially. Somehow this shows how urgent it is to make decisions and measures in order to progress in terms of structural reforms. These major transformations, in all cases, need the public sector to play a significant role as a catalyst and a driver of active fiscal policies. And in it, public investment, precisely because of having a very broad and cross-cutting nature, has a potential that we wanted to highlight in this document. Now, by way of context, the statistics show, and I believe this had been mentioned yesterday and also today, statistics show that Latin America is the region in Latin America with the lowest level of public investment compared to other regions of the planet, below other regions that are under development or even advanced economies, but practically less than half of the public investment that takes place in more dynamic economies. And This information from 2022, which is the most recent we've been able to collect, shows also that there's a trend, a marked trend in time where you can see to the right on the chart that the trend has been a downward trend in this variable, and it has not been what has happened in other regions. And this talk speaks about structural issues that do explain this level of public spending and this structural weakness of the regional economies. Besides, and also connected to another presentation from this morning, in several Latin American countries, public investment is not only managed centrally, but also by the subnational governments, which highlights the importance of this matter for all government levels and as a public policy axis. This trend of low public investment has led to a stock of public capital that is totally insufficient to promote the transformations necessary in the region. The level of investment in most cases only covers the depreciation of the existing infrastructure. And so this somehow becomes an obstacle to expand growth potential and to providing economic essential services or to achieve a higher degree of sustainable development in the region. Having said that, of course, the question is, in the given context, if it really makes sense to undertake a public investment boost in the countries of the region. From economic literature, we know that public investment can play a significant role in building productive bases in the different countries. Now, it is also true that countries are facing multiple fiscal and macroeconomic challenges. And that has led us to explore this, of asking ourselves this question and explore whether there are any hints or ideas, at least preliminarily and generally. I'm going to present the general results only, and for the region, then this would require to delve a little bit deeper into each country, finding out more information. But there are some indications whether there are potential benefits of this boost to public investment. So we conducted an econometric analysis in order to do this, in order to offer this kind of evidence that is a first move that in line with research that has been developed by organizations that are here, have been present here as well, to propose specific work areas and reforms for the future. Before showing some of the main results, I will describe some methodological aspects. The methodology behind all this, behind these results, you'll be able to find it in the methodological addendum that is part of the fiscal outlook. Basically, the purpose was to do an estimate of fiscal multipliers in order to see how the main macro variables respond to public investment boosts specifically. Well, there you see a description of the methodological variables that were adopted among the ones that existed. This is not the only option, but for some reasons we chose one way of addressing the problem, a specific way of addressing the problem, and we covered 15 countries in the region using panel regressions, basically based on the information that has been available when calculations have been made. We use quarterly and annual data in order to examine short-term and medium-term effects. I would say in most of the calculations of the fiscal multipliers, it is always important to consider these two stages of how these effects appear. But public investment is even more important because projects must mature and they need to experience specific results about these variables as time goes on. We prioritize data. We prioritized accrual data, understanding that this is the time when the effect of public investment becomes more materialized. And we need to understand that there are certain limitations that are due to the available information, specifically in terms of data aggregation, data disaggregation sectorially, and also employment and informality data that should also be considered in future analysis. So the first and more general result that we obtained has to do with the fact that the increase in public investment creates an almost proportional improvement of economic activity in the medium term. We set a term of 5 years to do this, but in the short term, we see that the effect would be explained by the aggregate demand variables such as employment, private consumption, and imports. I'm going to elaborate a little bit further on that. And then in the medium term, what we start seeing is effects on the supply side, specifically the reaction of private investment and productivity, and in terms of labor productivity as well. Having said this, or having mentioned this result, what we can use of this information is another very interesting result, and maybe one of the most important lessons to be drawn from this analysis is that when we make a distinction in this analysis and we separate the different stages of the cycle, we see that public investment can also play a counter-cyclical role. If you look at the chart, in recession periods, that multiplier, that fiscal multiplier, is higher than in the previous chart. And this may be read in two ways, may be understood in two ways. A unit of currency that is invested at a specific point in time in recession might be, could generate a very positive dividend or profit, but this could be understood in the opposite way, thinking that maybe in the case of a reduction of public investment at the time, the economic cost could be very significant. So this is a first result, very important in terms of public policy and the implications that it may have for the countries.
Short term, there are impacts on aggregate demand, and we can see that to the extent that the investment begins having an impact in terms of benefits, we can see that there is an increase in jobs, private consumption initially increases, and then it begins, or it flattens out over time. And these outcomes are also related to changes or evolution of imports, which counteracts the effect of private consumption. And of course, this is in general terms. I'm always speaking in averages. And in the midterm, there are two variables that we assessed, to wit, public investment, which at first it tends to have a very slight impact in that it displaces, has a displacing impact early on, but then it comes back to the extent that private investment would include profit derived from public investment in the sense with regard to growth and a more favorable context. The same for labor productivity. We can see that this has a positive impact that grows over time, and that in the most in the later periods experienced a peak. And this is also related to a peak, a reaction of the private investment, and how we see that the impact of the public investment consolidates over time. Now, having said that, what we tried to do to expand this information and highlight an aspect that is increasingly more important for all public policies, not just those related to investment, is that we conducted an analysis based on an efficiency index provided by the IMF. And we defined a distinction. And based on that index, we organized the countries based on the results provided. For example, we determined those countries that had a relatively high or low rate of public investment efficiency. And according to the results, with regard to high levels of efficiency, the effects of public investment are more powerful. And that, to a certain extent, underscores the relevance of institutional capacity, governance, and public investment management with regard to the effects that could be expected over time.
En el mismo capítulo,
in that same chapter,
este resultado
a chapter that uses these results as concrete evidence of these, the benefit of these aspects, and in line with chapter 1 and chapter 2, and practically in all of the other chapters in the outlook, what we tried to identify and point out is the importance of working in each one of the areas related to institutional capacity in order to have better impact of public policy, specifically public investment. I seem to be doing quite fine in terms of time. I'm not sure if you can read this because there's a great deal of detail, but this information is included in the outlook. I would like to point out a few aspects related to technical components, technical capacity, that is, for example, the importance of project evaluations, not just in terms of an economic evaluation, but assessing the social, environmental impact, the financial viability, also prioritizing projects. And to that end, it's important to have project groups, project banks, in order to have them ready to be implemented according to the context. Because there's always an introductory period, an adaptation period, and then the results eventually come. It takes a while, but also to complement technical capacity with operational capacity related to management, follow-up, monitoring, using financing tools for these projects, systematic evaluations of these projects as well, to ensure that the benefits provided are actually in line with the objectives initially defined. Of course, public investment decisions call for sound political capacity as well. That's why I mentioned that although public investment in Latin America is very limited, on average, showing the lowest values globally, I was also mentioning that in several countries, public investment, even though low, is carried out at different government levels. And so as such, it's important to refer to collaboration and cooperation among the different government levels to carry out projects, to select projects, and of course, primarily to assess the outcomes. And then, of course, all of this calls for working on the prospective capacities. I think the results are clear, and that the results or the benefits provided by public investment should have a short, or rather mid-term vision or approach. And so that should also be applied to public fiscal policy as well. Generally speaking, at first, public investments call for more resources, and then the expected benefits in the maturity process generally calls for time. And that is the summary of the chapter. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Delmiro. Además,
Thank you, Delmiro. I would also like to reiterate that you were very efficient in your time use. Now, Helmut, you have the floor. Thank you for the invitation to the ILO to take part in this very relevant seminar that is held annually here at ECLAC. I would also like to congratulate ECLAC for launching the Fiscal Outlook 2025 Fiscal Outlook. I am a frequent reader of the social and fiscal outlooks annually published by ECLAC, so I would like to commend you for that. Moreover, allow me to mention that I am very appreciative to have the statistics on Latin American Caribbean revenue, which is a document that's jointly published by the OECD and the IDB. So thank you again for these documents that have been officially launched here at this event. The ILO, well, I was invited to speak about social protection and the ILO perspective, vision, how we believe that social protection may contribute to the development that we've been talking about. There is a presentation available. Perhaps someone could share it. In the meantime, I will begin. The ILO is a specialized agency belonging to the UN family. We specialize in labor issues. We have our own regulatory nature in that we have conventions and recommendations that we issue and that are adopted by our the tripartite participants in the ILO, the governments, the countries, and the trade unions, labor unions. So we are quite different from the other agencies in that they often dialogue with the ministries, but we dialogue with the ministries as well as the private sector and the labor trade union sector. So social protection for us is part of the concept of decent work. If you have decent work, it involves social protection. So there are regulations and standards. We have a suite of these. I referred to the conventions and the recommendations, and there are other standards and recommendations that refer to decent work. We have 202, for example, which refers to the different minimal guarantees that the country should have or should offer to all of its citizens when they need it for fostering social protection. Now, this applies to the entire life cycle of individuals, involving benefits for family members with children or pension-related benefits, or other health-related aspects. And again, we closely work with the WHO in keeping with our own individual mandates. And also we receive support with regard to helping the countries comply with the SDGs. There's one specifically with regard to coverage rates of social protection. 3.8, for example, is one that refers to universal health coverage. And jointly with our colleagues from the WHO, we collaborate to foster that. And 10.4, which refers to how fiscal, economic, social policies may contribute to combating inequalities. That, in a nutshell, is the context. I would like to provide you with 2 or 3 slides related to the most recent World Social Protection Report, which is a report that is published every 3 years. And then I would like to refer to some data related to coverage evolution. And this is related to one of the SDGs. And then a few slides on the ILO approach, some aspects with regard to financing for social protection, and some aspects related to the international scenario. Now, the World Social Protection Report is available in English and in Spanish and in Portuguese. The translations are practically ready. I was actually just recently helping with the editing of these translated documents. So the World Social Protection Report has a twofold objective. One is to provide a joint vision of the social protection systems globally in the different countries. And to that end, we gather data from the different member states. And again, I would like to thank the member states present here. These are administrative data that we collect, and the indicators are built on the basis of administrative data. And these data are available on a global social protection database. If you would like to have access to that, we have a dashboard, in fact, broken down country by country with different social indicators. In fact, we also have a dashboard relative to the different social protection reforms that have been carried out and some other detailed information.
Function of the report is to analyze a chapter, to bring a thematic chapter, and this year, for this last report, we have a chapter about the relationships between social protection and climate change. In both senses, and in terms of how climate change challenges social protection and how social protection programs can help make this mitigation or adaptation possible, the changes necessary for a just transition. In terms of data, we have a positive evolution since 2015. And we see that 80% of the people had access to a social production system or would have it in case it were necessary because of their relationship with the labor market. In 2023, this grew 10 percentage points. And the negative news is that we are still far from meeting the social protection challenge. On the right-hand side of the slide, you can see that there are some regions in the world that have grown in a more dynamic fashion. Asia Pacific region is the second to last. It's very tiny, I know, but it has grown from 38 to 53%, and Americas has grown 59 to 68%. These are the two regions that have had the highest growth. Africa and the Arab states have stagnated. They have not grown with the same speed as Europe, and there are higher growth levels, and there's a coverage that differs quite a bit. We're not going to have time to look at everything in detail, but in this graph, which is a kind of graph that you would find in each chapter of the report, it is a graph that classifies levels, countries by levels, which is a World Bank concept. And we see that there are a couple of matters of concern. They are different trajectories. On one hand, countries with medium to high income have registered some advances, while countries with low and low medium income levels either don't grow or grow very little. So this is a concern here, that this gap of the country groups tends to increase. There is an additional effort that needs to be made here. And of course, the area with, or the branch with greatest coverage is that of pensions or social protection for the elderly. The elderly tend to receive benefits, while the group with the lowest coverage is unemployment. And this is a serious problem because after all the crises that we've gone through, we should have learned that unemployment is a very important tool. And second, for the challenges of the transition for climate change, for example, unemployment is important. It's important to solve it because it helps the carbon-based economy, especially with policies related to unemployment. That is key. So when coverage is low in this area, that means that many countries don't even have a legislation on this matter, and that is of concern. Now, in terms of financing, our methodological approach in different stages. First, we see coverage, these data that we just saw here. What is the effective coverage, the corresponding gaps in each country? For this, we use the data collected, and we carry out an estimate of financing gap to see what the cost would be of extending this social base. We base ourselves on the rules of the ILO to make these estimates, and what would be the cost of these benefits for people who are not yet, who don't have coverage yet. And the countries normally are intermediaries, are not the ministries of finance, but normally they are the ministries of labor. We wish to start connecting with the ministries of finance because it makes sense to work on this jointly and to promote an analysis and social dialogue on the possible sources of fiscal space that could be available in different social protection programs, which could strengthen the situation for the population. We've talked about the social contributions in Latin America and other possible sources that are closer to social protection systems. We have some publications. One of them is a guide for fiscal space. It is a guide that details how one could work on social protection systems with the expansion of fiscal space, and it was prepared before the pandemic. So nowadays, there are new developments at an international level that we could perhaps prepare a second edition of this guide. And that is part of the work that we have set out for ourselves for the second semester of the year. In this graph, we see some figures on financing gaps. No, I apologize. These first show how much public expenditure we see in each country. We see that there is an imbalance between the higher income countries and the lower income countries. In the higher income countries, we see a 20% higher expenditure than in the lower income countries. And we understand that the level of spending is similar for lower coverage indexes or proportional. So the financing gap to guarantee social protection was calculated like this. It is not necessarily something that can be done from one day to the other. We know that it is all about progressive development in time, and countries should develop these formalization processes of their labor markets. In average, around the world, in these developed countries, the gap is 3.3% of the GDP per year, and it would be necessary for the G20 countries. They asked that we estimate some information for the G20, 0.9% of the GDP, and it was also a matter of discussion at the framework group meeting last year. And things such as the crises, conflicts, inflation, the unequal recovery of the labor markets, post-pandemic, and informality have a huge influence on how the financing of each of the countries works. I've already mentioned that this guide needs a new edition, but since it was launched in around the year 2010, there were some interesting developments, and we would like to add to it in a new edition. We feel it's important to continue with the taxation aspects. And Brazil, with its pro tempore secretariat, talked about this progressive taxation on high income people. The same for corporations. It's also very important to avoid what we call this competition between different jurisdictions and what this would bring about in terms of the availability of resources. There's also some mention from the UN on developing social protection topics and funding and social protection, and something that is important for us in this period, the importance of social contributions. It is one of the most important sources for social protection. Tax evasion reduction policies for exemptions. The first impact it has is increasing the financing gap with these exemptions, and it's not necessarily guaranteed that there would be an improvement of the level of employment. This is something that we see or have seen in these periods that we've documented. It's important so that countries can take it into account and be cautious when they are developing these reforms. These are the last few slides. Another important thing here is that we are trying to touch on the subsidy of fossil fuels. We've heard from our colleagues from the ILO that participates in the COP meetings and other discussions on just transition, that it's necessary to reduce subventions to fossil fuels. We know that there's a story on reforms, some quite delicate from the point of view of social impact and politically difficult. We feel it's necessary to have some sort of social protection system that is ongoing when trying to reduce these subsidies to fossil fuels and doing it carefully and increasing financing of the social protection system so that we can soften the impact. In terms of international solidarity, which is quite in fashion now, it helps development, but we want to make a call to solidarity or weaker companies that have the higher financing costs. In terms of debt, debt as a source of fiscal space that is also pending. It is a solution for over indebtedness, and there are some countries that are not presenting a satisfactory level. And there's another thing that I'd like to mention here, and I'd like to thank many of the countries that are present here today, among others, Brazil, because they have taken this topic to the discussion of a draft for financing for development, and that is the next conference for financing and development.
Include a paragraph whereby countries that receive sufficient and sustainable financing for their social protection systems, and so that social protection is not only just a considering the importance of social protection and so on. And when it comes to assets, well, what is it that countries should do? Well, in that area, we don't even find a single phrase about social protection. And so Brazil, Mexico, and other countries supported or strongly supported the inclusion of this in the final draft of the financing for development document, and also in the document which was a reflection for the World Social Summit, the Social Development Summit. That is my presentation for the time being. And whatever you need, well, we are, of course, available for you to share information about social protection and to share information about the data that we produce. Thank you very much. Thank you, Helmut. And now we'd like to offer the floor to Adela.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would like to begin my presentation by thanking the invitation that ECLAC shares with our Institute of Fiscal Studies every year. My intervention would be parental leaves, maternity or paternal leaves, and its link with gender equality. And this is an issue that I will deal with as from the Spanish experience, but also considering the experience of the rest of the European countries. Parental leaves play a fundamental role on the correction or consolidation of gender roles because they are especially relevant in order to correct gender stereotypes. In Spain, as from 2021, mothers and parents use maternal and parental leaves during a balanced period of time. And this is the only country in Europe where this happens. And this has been the result of the inclusion in the design of these policies of three elements that first of all, an equal allocation of time, 16 weeks for both mothers and parents. And in addition, these leaves cannot be transferred. In other words, they are individual rights. If they are unused, they are simply lost. And the third element, or fundamental element with which we have achieved this equality in the use of leaves is 100% remuneration on the part of Social Security. And therefore, what I seek with this presentation is to show you the characteristics contained in that should be present in the design of these leaves in order to achieve a correction of gender roles and an equal use on the part of both mothers and fathers. The contents of my presentation is the following. First of all, I'll introduce the context where we find this equal situation of parental leave. So this context is the sexual division of labor. After that, I would like to show you the fundamental characteristics of the latest reforms that have been introduced in Spain since 2019 and that concluded in 2020. After that, I'll also show you the evolution of the use of parental leaves on the part of mothers and fathers, not only in Spain, but also in other European countries, so that we can adequately view the characteristics for these leaves to change gender roles in accordance with the evidence and experience of other countries. And that will lead us to conclude and share some public policy proposals. Please allow me to illustrate the context of this equalization of parental leaves in Spain. This is the social division of labor, where the green lines, what they show is the excessive number of hours that women use compared to men. These are hours per week in non-paid and unpaid work, domestic work. As you can see, in all countries of Europe, women take up more hours in this type of unpaid work. And the counterpart of this imbalance in terms of unpaid work hours are the blue lines that show the excessive number of hours that men use compared to women in terms of paid work. This is an imbalance that cannot be understood, or two types of imbalances that cannot be understood without considering the other. And thus, gender equality involves the incorporation of men into care tasks. And bearing this context in mind, I would like to present the objective of the latest reform in Spain, the latest reform of parental leaves. The objective was to guarantee equal treatment and equal opportunities between men and women in employment and in occupation. In other words, what was sought was equal opportunities in employment for women and for men to take on board 50% of care work. Now, for that purpose, leaves per birth in Spain were expanded since 2007. Women enjoy 16-week leaves and since 2007, and since 2007 men or fathers received 2 weeks in 2017. This period was expanded to 4 weeks in 2018 to 5, in 2019 to 8, in 2020 to 12, and the reform concluded in 2021, where finally we find an equal number of weeks in terms of parental leave for both mothers and fathers. And the first 6 weeks are mandatory, and the following 6 weeks are voluntary. And as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, the 16 weeks are the same and cannot be transferred. In other words, a father or mother cannot transfer his or her right to the other, and they are paid 100% by Social Security. In addition to those 16 weeks, the first 6 weeks, in addition to being mandatory, must be taken immediately after birth and must involve full days. So with regards to 10 remaining weeks, they can be used either part-time or full-time prior agreement with the employer, and they must always be used before the son or daughter is 1 year old. And considering how these parental leaves have been, and maternal leaves have been designed, we will now analyze the evolution in terms of how many mothers and parents actually use or resort to these leaves, how many days they use it, and whether we have actually balanced the amount of time that both mothers and fathers devote to care. And the first thing that we can see is that despite the fact that the percentage of mothers and fathers using the leaves, this has remained fairly stable at around 64-65% in terms of mothers. However, the percentage of fathers using this leave since 2016 has increased, and it recently is quite similar to the rate of male employment in Spain. We can see how the average days of leaves used by both fathers and mothers has gradually is converging. Since 2007, when there was a strong separation, well, the average number of days reflects the various expansions that took place, and so that as from 2021, the average is practically the same for both mothers and fathers. If we compare how these leaves, well, in Spain we refer to them as permits, but they're actually leaves. If we compare how these leaves are used in Spain with European countries, where countries that have placed much more emphasis on gender equality and equal parental and maternal leave, which is the Nordic countries, we can see how Spain is the only country where, in fact, both mothers and fathers use their leave period for an equivalent period of time. It is not just the passage of time that has meant that parents have joined care work, but rather the actual design of public policies. The implications of these results can be summarized in the following slide. On the one hand, there are more hours of childcare, greater link between fathers, parents, and children, less imbalance in care, less discrimination in women when it comes to hiring, promotion, and less penalization as a result of maternity, because there is a cultural change where what has become normal is that both fathers and mothers are absent from the labor market for at least 16 weeks in order to provide care for their children. And this means that it makes no sense for companies to discriminate when it comes to hiring a man or a woman. Now, this is perhaps the slide that I would certainly like to highlight in this presentation, and these are the characteristics that leaves must have in order to change gender roles and to correct them, and all this based on evidence. So on the one hand, they must be the same for both mother and father. They cannot be transferred. In other words, they must be individual, and they must be paid by 100%. These three characteristics are what we know as the golden rule, because it ensures that parents actually use these leaves. It's useless to provide the same amount of time to both mothers and fathers if the parents or fathers' leave can be transferred. what is also especially important is for both mothers and fathers to use these leaves consecutively and not simultaneously. In other words, it's very important for each one of them to have the time to provide care on their own. What is known in literature as solo care, because thus parents take on board that role as main carers. Um, and thus becomes consolidated in the long term. And also, when the father is at home providing care, the mother can go back to work, and therefore that penalization as a result of maternity tends to disappear. Another important characteristics for maternal and paternal leaves to change gender roles is that there is a guarantee in the law in terms of full-time use, and that it is used until the first year of the child, when gender roles are consolidated, that they be paid by Social Security and not by the employer, and that they be for all types of workers, and that they have a neutral denomination. If we compare what happens in Spain with other European countries such as Sweden, Iceland, or Germany, we can see that in Sweden and in Iceland, as in Spain, the leaves are the same for both mothers and fathers. However, in Sweden and in Iceland, the elements linked to the fact that it cannot be transferred or that they are paid by with 100% of the salary have not been fully implemented, and therefore in Germany, in addition to equal leaves for both mother and father, they are again not transferred, and they're also paid for. Thus, in Europe, what happened in 2023 is what you can see on this slide. Out of the number of people that used this type of leave in 2023, most of them were well, in blue you can see in pink you can see women, and in blue men, and therefore the share of care of fathers was zero or very small in most countries in Europe, and only some countries such as the Nordic countries and Spain that is in first place in this sense. There you find a greater share of fathers in care. Spain is the only country, as you can see there, that has a proportion of fathers between 40 and 60%, which is normally the range that is understood as no gender gap and no gender imbalance. And as I explained in the beginning, this refers to equal and intransferable leaves, and also paid for 100% in terms of how these leaves are used when mothers and fathers use it, and whether they use it at the same time or they take turns. Well, the estimations that we have with administrative records, Social Security administrative records, reveal that out of the total number of couples, only 20%, in other words, 1 out of every 5, where the father and the mother take turns completely, and that gives rise to this role of the co-responsible father. However, 50% of couples use leaves simultaneously, and this favors not the role of the responsible parent, but of the helping father.
Policies should favor a design that causes parents to be able to take turns using this leave of absence in shifts or in turns. This number of couples that take turns, shown in green, is increasing little by little. However, Spain belongs to a group of countries in the European Union where it is mandatory to take the leaves in simultaneously by both parents. As you can see in this chart, only parents in darker blue are the ones that are using their leave of absence alone, but the ones in lighter blue are those parents that use their leaves together, parents or fathers who use it at the same time as the mothers. In designing these leaves should allow simultaneity, fostering the fact that actually mothers and fathers could actually take turns. Now, focusing in Latin America, we see how that sexual labor division, well, exactly the same happens in countries in the region. Women take more hours of non-paid time, and men actually have more hours of paid occupation. Well, there's the International Labour Organization has a series of agreements, and 183 expanded to 14 weeks or paid at least 2/3 the previous earnings. There are no conventions regulating paternity or parent leave, but the recommendations indicate that national laws should develop parental leaves for both parents to respond to the needs of reconciling paid work and family or household responsibilities in Latin America. Most of the countries, well, none of them has more than 18 weeks in their parental leave. Many of them show fewer than 14 or between 14 and 17 weeks. And now, as to the paternity leave, practically all of the countries have 1 to 9 days of leave, and very few countries have from 10 to 15 days. So the imbalance in the region is significant, and well, when it can be expanded, possible extensions for these equal leaves, maybe they could respect the minimum duration recommended by ILO of 14 weeks of maternity leave, well paid. Then it could equalize paternity leave always as a non-transferable leave, both in terms of duration and pay, and then to remunerate the pay both at 100%, and then to continue to increase the time for both parents. Let me close with this slide that I believe is the most relevant one in the presentation, which are the characteristics of leaves to change gender roles. According to some realities in each one of the countries, as I've said, the most important ones are the four ones that I mentioned, equal, that are non-transferable, and those that are paid at 100%, and with consecutive use. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Adel.
Thank you, Adela. Next, we'll have the presentation by Paulo Jorquera, that, as I said at the beginning of, is head of studies of the budget unit or department at Ministry of Finance in Chile. Paulo, go ahead. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting us to be part of this seminar. I'd like to especially thank us for being part of this panel discussion or this table discussion, and also for giving us the chance to tell you a little bit about this project that we've been developing in this administration, developed also with the collaboration of ECLAC as well as other multilateral organizations. What we're going to tell you are the results for 2025 of our gender approach budget. And for that, I'm going to give you a brief introduction, and then I'm going to give you the 2025 results specifically. First of all, let me tell you that this management started its term a few years ago with a very ambitious proposal for closing gaps in different areas, and the gender aspect was key. And the President Borich's mandate is for all secretaries or ministries to embark on a commitment to close these gender gaps. And specifically, as a budget department, budget unit, we took that mandate and we started the process of making progress towards a gender sensitive budgeting process. Why? Or maybe this is not necessarily, but gender gaps are present, persist in many sectors. Gender gaps, we already heard about one dimension in the labor market specifically, gaps in terms of income. We have Chile, although it's lower post-COVID, it went up again, slightly above 20%. Gaps in terms of labor participation. And here, as a budget unit, budget department, we look at the public sector, where we also find gaps. To the right, we have a study that we haven't published yet. We are going to remuneration in the public sector, in which the scale pay scales are regulated, but it's close to 16% of pay gap. And to the left, something interesting that I believe connects with what Adela was just presenting. The gap in requesting leaves, medical leaves of absence by sector, healthcare, education, or general government. Healthcare and education, you see important gaps in terms of how many leaves of absence are requested. Medical leaves. Maybe you've seen this in the media, quite a discussion in Chile as we speak. But in fact, there's an issue. There's an unequal distribution of care, which is also seen in terms of the difference of medical leaves. We believe there's something behind that as well. Gaps. Maybe we shouldn't remind you of this, but we thought it was relevant to mention. So budget, what about the budget? Once again, among so many budget officers, the budget is the main tool for fiscal policy in order to address all kinds of inequalities. In different aspects, budget may contribute to reducing or reversing inequalities, or it can also contribute to deepening them. And once again, about the public policy design, thinking of the potential impacts that this may have. And I just wanted to, well, in this same slide, we've included just a reminder. We did an exercise of how much of the budget is rigid. Because in fact, fiscal spaces are limited. They're limited, at least in our country and also in other countries. Fiscal space in order to develop gender-sensitive policies that are additive also are becoming more and more difficult. So we wanted to remind everyone now again, there's limited fiscal space. So the challenge that we face is to look at our own budget to see what measures and how can we do it with the current budget. How can we think and use the budget in order to face inequalities and to face gender gaps with the resources that we are already spending. So on that base, we said, okay, let's think about let's adopt our own approach regarding a gender approach. Let's use then a set of tools along the budgetary cycle that will make it clear that fiscal policy is not gender neutral, and also look at what policies, both from the spending point of view as well as from the tax point of view of revenue collection, would contribute to closing those gaps and to addressing or diminishing those gender-based inequalities or gaps. Once again, a little bit of context of what we have done in these. So what we did, when we started this administration, we recognized that we didn't start from scratch, that there is work that has been going on for over 20 years, or even further, I guess. We say 20 because this is what we've been able to track of implementation of different tools along the budgetary cycle that are able to recognize the role of public finances in closing these gender gaps. So along the cycle, we've found when in the process of creating new instruments and new policies, we find that in the ex-ante formulation of these budgets, we have a gender perspective already considered. For the approval and discussion, we said, okay, that's the labeling, so to speak, and that was the novel thing. We did a labeling type of process, which will be used as an input for the budget discussion, knowing how much we spend on policies that help close gender gaps. And this is what I'm going to show you in a couple of slides more. But also in the ex dure assessment or supervision and the execution of public policies, we also consider this gender perspective. And we did it also in the same administration. In assessing public policy, we should consider the gender perspective. And we designed a methodological guideline to conduct impact assessments or ex post assessments and include the gender perspective in it. And I have two examples here that you don't see much. But then we can share the links and the presentations. When we submitted this budget to Congress, we added the budgetary variations document. It's a document that reports to Congress how the different budget line items change from one year to the next. And we introduced different dimensions. One of them is, for example, if there's an assessment and how these assessments are done, but also the notice on whether that public program or policy has or doesn't have a gender perspective. And this is how we report it to Congress. And once again, to the right, you see the ex ante and ex dure assessment process that we also introduce in the gender consideration process. So our implementation has been built on the basis of prior experience, been going for quite a while, and also based on public policy designs. And that for us has been key once again, because the fiscal space we have is quite limited. So what we need to do is to see how we look at the public policies that are already under execution. So on that context, I'm going to tell you how this gender tagging process has taken place in this administration with the invaluable help of ECLAC's teams. First element, we have implemented this tagging process. We believe this is prospective type of result. So what we're trying to do is to identify budget allocations or sub-allocations that will have an impact on gender equality. They're classified as direct or indirect, but we do it for the next budget process. So what we are collecting now, in fact, it's going to be closing next week, is by asking in the budgetary formulation that the ministries are doing right now for the 2026 budget. You should tell us whenever you propose how much you're asking resources allocation. Also tell us if this allocation does have a direct or indirect impact on closing gender gaps. So then that was a challenge as well, because many times the public policies don't necessarily are seen directly in the budgets. But so we did a form where we try to convert public policy in a logical framework with a purpose or a design in mind, with an allocation in the budgetary legislation. We did it in a form, and so the purpose is to comment on the next budget, how much of your budget in your ministry will be oriented towards directly or indirectly closing those gaps. And the first result that we have found that has been quite interesting in the process is the dialogue we've opened up in the different ministries. And going back to what we heard before, the relationship between the sectorial ministry and Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance, in the end, with the margin it has, to manage spending exists, of course, but it's quite limited. There's lots of spending that is a kind of a carryover, or so what we do through this form is to communicate or tell the ministry. So this question, when you come asking for resources, tell us and ask yourselves the question whether this program contributes or not to gap closing.
Was, next slide, is to hold training sessions with those in charge of the budgets. That is, the individuals in charge of financial administration, as we call it here, or whatever name you may have, along with the individual in charge of gender. Because there was a request for each ministry to have an individual in charge of gender. And so when the information is uploaded, there were questions asked. And we have seen, because we actually tried a pilot program with initial data, and then we sat down with them to review the information, feedback session, and then we reviewed what they filled out and the interaction between the ministerial budget leader and the gender leader during this dialogue was when we identified whether or not this was a gender responsive approach. And that's when we identified issues. In some cases, they actually there was actually a consideration to redesign the policy. For example, the postnatal component. Maybe that's a bit ambitious, but there are other policies for which there was talk about redesigning those policies thanks to this dialogue. Now, doing this ex ante has allowed us to, I guess, perhaps open up fiscal space for gender perspective and to work with what we have as a basis to at least expand the gender responsive budget approach. So we have labeling at least at the first level is the direct, as far as first level labeling, we have direct and indirect, and we determine if there's a positive impact or if it's not related. And then we opened up to a second level. We asked, what effect does this have, or what gaps would this gender responsive budget close? And then we used the rights perspective, different rights, economic rights, sexual reproductive rights, the right to having a violence-free life, so on and so forth.
Eso es un poco la metodología. Entonces,
that's a bit about the methodology. So what were the outcomes for 2025? Now, bearing in mind this entire process, that is the pilot program, the guidelines for labeling, the following review and evaluation and dialogue with the teams, we identified that 22.5% of public spending in 2025 did have some sort of contribution, either direct, 1.3.1, or indirect, which is the main contribution to gender equality. Now, as far as international experiences are concerned, it's roughly at 22%. So we are essentially aligned with other countries that work with this labeling system. And I think the 1.3% is also relatively similar to what other countries have as results. Now, there is a small detail here.
y ahí las estadísticas siempre pueden ser
And then statistics may always be used for our own benefit. 22% corresponds to the total budget. And there was a methodological digression here. We obviously didn't label the entire budget. We only labeled items that were related to current transfers or infrastructure, or we did not label capital spending for personnel. So this is the expenditure is 22.5%
0.5% of the budget, but 30% of labelable items. I think it's important to mention that. And so as to not lie or distort the figures, we showed both. Percentage of the total budget or a percentage of the labelable items. So there were a total of 768 line items or sub-line items developed by the 22 ministries, and the ministry with the highest ranking for closing gaps is the Ministry of Work and Social Provision. That's 45% of the 22%. This is primarily explained by the universal pension that we have in Chile, which is actually categorized as direct effect. And it's not necessarily in existence to close gaps, but it does close gaps with regard to the impact of our pension system on pensions.
Son los dos ministerios con más gasto, entonces se puede explicar, y después vivienda, donde también tenemos.
And then we have in second place, we have the Ministry of Health, and in third place, the Ministry of Housing and Urbanization.
Es que efectivamente el principal derecho que
As far as rights are concerned, the main right that we are trying to bolster is contributing to economic rights, 64%. Secondly, sexual and reproductive rights and comprehensive health. And then these are related to the two ministries that have the highest expenditures. And the third right was related to closing the gap in terms of social and cultural rights. Finally, some examples here.
En respecto de, por ejemplo, acceso a los derechos.
Regarding access to civil and political rights, we have a program to empower women. We have a fund for gender equity as well. These are resources transferred for those purposes. Collective and political rights. There's also an associative risk program.
Tenemos como ahí una mezcla de diferentes.
And another program related to strategic technological programs. These are both indirect and direct in terms of their impact. As far as economic rights are concerned, I mentioned pensions. That's one of the key components. We have a bonus per each living child for women and others. Therefore, let me close with a few ideas. The first of which is that obviously our gradual labeling process and gender responsive budget process are both important as part of it's a significant step forward in terms of identifying and allocating resources aimed at policies that foster gender equality. And again, given our program, our context of limited fiscal space, we think it's key to be able to identify the policies that are gender sensitive and allowing the ministries and the policy designers to reflect upon the public policies that they're implementing and for which they're requesting funding. Now, in that context, 21.23% of the total spending does contribute to gender equality. Actually, 22.53% of expenditures contribute directly or indirectly to gender equality. And the main impacts of this process was to try to close gaps related to economic rights, sexual reproductive rights, and social and cultural rights. And then finally, just a bit of publicity here. This has been interesting inward-looking process for us within the Ministry of Finance, and also as a joint reflection involving the various ministries. So again, we together have built collectively an approach to understand the gender responsive budgeting. And we now have a foundation, a stepping stone for future works. And all of this work has been published on our website, including the reflections, the background information, the practical guidelines, the courses that we have rolled out jointly with ECLAC, and other aspects. So feel free to look into this if you are interested.
Muchas gracias, Pablo. A continuación, tenemos...
Thank you for that. Now we will hear from Maria Dolores Almeida, an ECLAC consultant. Go ahead. Thank you. Just wanted to provide you with some reflections to close this panel. Now, it's important to bear in mind that behind these numbers that make up the budgets, we have people, and we are having a different impact on women and that we have on men. And there may be impacts that are specifically related to access to the labor market, for example, and the budget cuts carried out by the authorities are not just budget cuts. We are actually having an impact on individuals' rights. As we, the economists, say, we can either bring about positive external factors or negative external factors, and they're not planned. It's not when we sit down to apply fiscal adjustments or budget cuts, we aim to have a negative impact on individuals, but we need to put on different glasses when we carry out these budget cuts to really understand who is receiving the brunt of this. And then also we need to be accountable to our authorities, to our citizens in terms of how much we are allocating for certain public policies. And we need to bear in mind what the country has committed to internally, domestically, and also under international arrangements. And I would like to focus a bit on gender and not so much on what Pablo referred to. Now, we have a framework that allows us to identify aspects and to be accountable for public expenditure, but how can we use methodological and conceptual frameworks that also allow us to look inward, but allow us to compare ourselves to other countries and to understand how we stand with regard to the various international commitments that our countries have signed on to? I would like to mention also linking gender to fiscal policies and how this has been a process with progress, of course. If we go back to the beginning, when we were trying to simply identify spending, we were carrying out ex post exercise involving civil society and academia that would identify ex post spending for gender equality. And then there were conventions, for example, with regard to eliminating violence against women. And so these parties would give the data to the Ministry of Finance so that they could then in turn report on what the country is doing in that regard.
I was saying this is a process and we continue to move forward here. We're not looking at it only from the side of expenditure, but also from the side of income. We're starting to think about it differently, not only on the side of these dimensions, but plurality. We're trying to see how this forms part of the medium and long-term scenarios and how to take into account all these commitments and to find some annual allocation that would come from the budget division. Well, it's not easy to have a gender perspective budget because it is not list of public expenditure by sex. It's not a separate budget for men and for women, and it doesn't necessarily imply an increase in public expenditure. And when we talk about the whole value chain, we start looking at the kind of services, and we start to look at it beyond the assessment, how we're doing with these expenses, with the services we're providing, and how we're impacting these gender policies. So in terms of gender, what it's looking to do is to take into account these differentiated needs, rights, and obligations of men and women to see how the allocation that we're going to do can be optimized and truly reach that population and contribute to bridging these gaps in terms of gender. What conceptual frameworks can we have? And the first framework, and basically speaking of public policies, we're talking about human rights, understanding these human rights as something that is not really specific, the rights of women, and the conceptual framework that we're taking into account for the classification system begins with the rights of women. Paulo mentioned the Chilean case, and we apply this logic and methodology for the classification. And we start with the rights of women. We saw them. They are sexual and reproductive rights, and civil and political rights, social and economic rights, the right to a life free of violence, and environmental rights. But these rights are the result of the signing of different commitments and agreements, but countries have taken some actions that have sought to reduce these structural shortcomings, and they were introduced with the acronym. But basically, when you look at the gender gaps, you have to think that whether you're understanding these differentiated needs, what is happening to the cultural patterns, what's happening with the division of work by sex, and what about the effects. So based on that, we need to think of actions. And in this framework,
clasificar el gasto en 3 categorías.
We've talked about classifying expenditure in 3 categories. That is linked to what we're talking about. The causes of the sexual division of work, the co-responsibility in the care economy, and how these public policies allow for women to go to the labor market and increase their livelihood. And of course, there's also some roles that have been assigned to us. So what about those investments that have been made to change those structural patterns? And that is where we bring in these focused investments or specific investments.
Y esto nada más lo pongo como ejemplo. Aquí hay
In most countries, and this is just an example, here is the example of France. We've seen a lot of progress, especially with a positive approach. We're not necessarily looking to deepen these inequalities or these gaps. What we're trying to look at is those externalities, those things that have not been planned for, and that these can have negative effects or further deepen these gender gaps. Something that we need to think about for the future is how we show, and I know it's not on the side of expenditure, has to do with income, the tax incentives. If you offer a tax incentive linked to care, or for women to have daycare or care for the elderly, that could increase the gaps. And the same thing could happen with other tax expenditures with differentiated consumption, or because of the role of women, it could eventually deepen these gaps. Within the region, we've used 3 types of instruments, and Paulo mentioned that it's not that one is better than the other. It has to do with the reality of each country, with the different classifications used for the financial administration systems. Sometimes we see that we agree that we should do this or that, but when we go to the financial administrative systems, they say, no, it's impossible. It'll take 2 years to obtain that sum, so it's not doable. And within this framework, you start looking at what instruments these are. It could be the budget classifiers, and we're going to look at that more in depth when we take a closer look at international experiences. And others were institutional and only identified those entities responsible for gender policies. Then we had functional classifiers, and that was, for example, public expenditure based on objectives. And there are other cases like the Dominican Republic where they advanced and tried to get out of this difficulty. We're talking about sexual right or maternal and childhood health. That has a secondary purpose. The initial purpose is health, and then we take away the burden from the ministries. So where do we label, health or gender? Because I'm losing health statistics, but I need to show what I'm doing in gender. So a very simple tool that could say, okay, this has an initial purpose and a secondary purpose, and it contributes to physical autonomy, to the rights, the sexual and reproductive rights, and just as we do with the other classifiers, we offer specific reports that can showcase these expenditures. Other countries may work on classifiers that serve as a guide for the expenditure, and it may have different areas that the expenditure will be oriented to, but Paulo mentioned that in the case of Chile, because of the functional and economic expenditure, we had to use labels. And these labelers were ex ante and ex post, but Chile went beyond that. And they said, okay, we'll do it, but we'll do it ex ante in the most important phase of the budget cycle. It was similarly, it was done that way by Argentina. So it is a labeling that doesn't necessarily go in where you design the budget program per se. You simply include it before you close the budget so that it can be identified in that phase when it is pertinent to gender. And once you've closed the budget, and you do this ex post, and then you send it to the different authorities and say, okay, they have used part of these resources for gender equality. So each of these has pros and cons. I don't have time to delve into it. And it will depend, of course, on the reality of each country. I know that there's no way you can read this. It's very tiny, but I just wanted to share with you that we're trying to show you that Several countries were trying to use conceptual frameworks and international classification systems. Others have done it in a very ad hoc manner, very pertinent to their country's gender policies, and others are using a mixture of both based on the international classification and also based on their own policies, making a combination. So now, through artificial intelligence and other means, we can generate such reports. Most countries have begun by labeling the budget with a direct purpose or a main purpose related to gender equality. But now everyone is taking a look at the importance of identifying indirect or secondary expenditures because they are still contributing to bridging these gaps. I also mentioned that most countries are taking a look at the positive effects. Very few countries are looking at the negative effects that they've identified, and for example, Dominican Republic and Canada. Likewise, and I know you can't read it, but there are 9 countries: Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Guatemala, Mexico, Dominican Republic, Canada, Switzerland. They have all explained which was the coverage they took on and how. Most have seen the importance of beginning from the onset and incorporating it in order to include the planning of these public policies in the budget so that it can later be used for follow-up and assessment of results. We've also used different tools, institutional classifiers, functional classifiers or categories, guidelines for expenditures. Most are using the institutional approach. Ecuador or Guatemala has an expenditure guide, and labels have been used in some cases, and it is not often, but it is equally important that to look at what level we are labeling or linking this to the budget classifier. At what point of the program structure are we doing this? Is it at the program level, sub-program, project level, or at an activity level? This will offer us the possibility of reaching a level of granularity that allows to look at the activity, and we'll be able to identify a minimum. And then when you have it at a project level, sub-program level, or program level, you will have an estimate that will most likely give you the program of the project. It all depends on the reality of each of the countries, because Costa Rica, for example, labels at a sub-program level, the Dominican Republic at an activity level. So we have a trade-off here. And on the other hand, in the advantages, when we need to create capacities and the importance of this interaction between the different entities and the financial, but also planning areas and co-responsible, we obtain that learning.
Likewise, which countries have being incorporated into CF? We see that most countries want this to be incorporated into CF, and thus we have undergone a process of institutionalization and sustainability over time, so that it is not only up to the will of the administration in power. And I remember when I was Minister of Finance, the minister would say to me, resort to all international entities that like environmental, bird issues, women issues, and so on. And so he sent me to deal with them, because I was trying to promote the incorporation of this gender approach, and I said, no, we have to incorporate this into the legal frameworks, not only because I want this, we have to include processes and institutionality within the Ministry of Finance, so that when I leave, this is not just filed away somewhere. And we also need this to be incorporated into the different budget documents during the formulation stage. When you send this to the legislative, in the control part, that we know which project is being provided for the gender aspect, and also in terms during the evaluation stage. It's very important so that this becomes transparent and so that this is. So that we can be accountable for this. And what are the lessons that we have learned? Well, we need to have classification systems in place that are comparable, both at the level of conceptual framework and statistical standards that are also in accordance with our Bible, which is the statistics manual of the International Monetary Fund 2014, and the importance of incorporating this into the formulation phase at an ex-ante manner, and to institutionalize and provide sustainability to these processes via SAFIs or via AI. For example, Brazil, for the issue of climate change, is beginning to do this, is beginning to operate with AI, and thus we're working to identify climatic public expenditure at the level of 14 states. So we also need to advance in the identification of spending, not only positive, but also that which has negative externalities. And thus we must strengthen transparency and accountability. But what is especially important is governance. The joint work between ministries responsible for those public policies, those that operate those policies, and also ministries of finance or treasuries. Thank you. Thank you, Dolores. Now I open up the floor for comments or questions. Please raise your hand if you have any comments or questions. Please go ahead. Thank you for all the presentations. My questions are for the work presented about public investment. This is a very important issue to talk about. Fiscal multipliers is one of the statistics that all policymakers want to have on their desk. And this document clearly reveals the importance of this for Latin America and its counter-cyclical nature. And therefore, my comments are the following. First of all, one of the things, and we have done this work in IDB, where we have estimated the fiscal multiplier, and we have also analyzed efficiency. But the first thing is that it is less than 1. By being less than 1, that has all the policy implications that we need to discuss further. Why is it less than 1? What are the factors that means that each dollar invested in the region yields less than $1? In other words, what are the underlying frictions? Are they management issues, or perhaps the persistence of shocks? What is behind this? The second aspect has to do with efficiency. There is a graph there that was very clear, and I truly liked it when you said this is the capital stock, and what we spend on investment almost covers depreciation. I fully agree with that. And the capital stock is important when it comes to estimating the multipliers to control this in terms of the size of the capital stock. Because the spillover effects that public investment can have are different when it comes to private investment, and that would help us to correct the effect of private investment because this produced or led to a sort of clouding out. And what we suggest is to control per high and low capital stock levels. And what and the contrast, looking at the deficiency in your estimations, is that you still come out with less than one controlling. In our case, controlling efficiency using different efficiency methodologies. We find that we can even increase the fiscal multiplier twofold. And so I would like to have some insights about that. Thank you. We'll have a round of 2 or 3 questions before we begin answering them. Alexander.
Extremely wide array of presentations, really. I feel like across this session, almost every aspect of the spending side has been examined, and it's been an extremely rich exploration. Throughout, I was struck by the sense to which the discussion on the importance of raising tax revenues this morning needs to be accompanied by this an awareness of how better to more effectively to spend the money that these revenues are generating. And if I may, I take this opportunity to, this echoes the fiscal pacts that are being examined, for example, in the LEO. And with the support of ICED, who have already been acknowledged, but I think it's worth or important for me as well to acknowledge the support that ICED has given to revenue statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean as well, which I think I failed to do this morning. But this discussion has really shown how well these products sort of tie in together, this coherent way of thinking about fiscal policy in the region. And I really think it's a model that can be applied, obviously, elsewhere in the world. So I'm really fascinated by this and keen to see it in other regions. So thank you very much for this discussion.
Thank you, Alexander. ¿Hay alguna pregunta adicional por el momento?
Thank you, Alexander. Any additional questions? Please go ahead. Well, first of all, congratulations for the presentations, for today's presentations. I feel as if I was a student back in university, acquiring knowledge and awakening my curiosity. But my question has to do with this issue. As we well know, fiscal policy plays a fundamental role in terms of doing away with structural gaps. However, there is a component in terms of investments that is linked to how it is applied and the issue of the territorial nature of this, because fiscal policy plays a role in achieving that justice or that equality in terms of territories and also in terms of at an intergenerational level. And this goes hand in hand with what Maria Dolores Almeida mentioned, in the sense that underlying those numbers, there is, of course, a purpose, objectives, and people. So my question is, considering your experiences and recommendations, how could we apply this expenditure, this public investment in countries such as ours, that have a high level of concentration, especially in metropolitan regions, or where we leaving aside those border areas or those rural areas? How is it that we can achieve greater social cohesion in terms of investments and spending? Juan Carlos. Thank you. I also feel that I'm at school, and I think we even get a participation certificate if we request for one. But I go to the issue of multipliers. Investment forms part of demand, but also generates capital for supply. If you spend 1 million pesos in investment and the GDP increases less than that, that is because you're either imported or because there was clouding out of by private investment, and therefore that happens. I am not very surprised with that. I am also concerned with the fact that we want public investment to be subjected to long-term planning, but then we get angry because they are cut back in the short term. What we want it to have a counter-cyclical characteristics. It's a little bit difficult to demand all that from public investment, that it be permanently in the long term, that it doesn't suffer crises, and so on. It's a slight methodological issue in national accounts, but I am surprised by the multiplier. What is the composition of that? But anyway, congratulations for that work. And a different thing, in the planning of investment, investment is delta K. Our countries have a very little idea of capital wealth, and therefore, why not invest in this or that thing? What is the structure of that capital? Well, we have very little about that. Well, there are efforts underway in some countries in terms of doing that, but it's impossible to plan flows when we don't know what the wealth is, and maybe ECLAC could conduct this very interesting work. So, but basically, congratulations. Okay, we conclude this round of questions with this.
Bueno, muchas gracias por los comentarios.
Thank you for your comments. I'll try to refer to all of them. I'm making my first comment. As I clarified during the presentation, this is a first study, and I believe that many of the responses that you're waiting for can be dealt with in future studies. Now, with regards to what Oscar mentioned, of course, we will incorporate this control per stock level, per capital level. Now, in terms of the results, so we have added a methodological slide. We chose a methodology out of all the ones that were possible, aware of the many limitations that we had in terms of statistics. Now, I think this required a lot more work in terms of homogenizing statistics between countries than the work required for the calculations as such. And therefore, what we decided was that we found results per country that were extremely strange. And thus we decided to move towards a first phase with an exercise in terms of averages. When we make headway in terms of averages, as with any estimation, what happens normally with any estimation of this nature, one somehow hides the heterogeneity that is behind all this. But dealing with the data limitation, where in some cases we had the possibility of having quarterly data, in other cases we did not have that possibility. In some cases we had this breakdown between public and private, and also between sectors, because there is a detail that I referred to very quickly, but something that the document does not deal with, and that is perhaps a future line of work, not only by the institution, but also by any of the institutions that are invited to the event, is to research the sectorial structure that underlies all this. One of the effects that I mentioned is its impact upon productivity. In fact, there is a recent document produced by ECLAC, and one of the lessons it suggests is that the changes in labor productivity are the result of sectorial improvements or intra-sectorial improvements primarily, and that is not discussed in this work. Now, in one way or the other, taking into consideration all these limitations, we still felt it was important to highlight the results at an average level with the policy messages that this involved. Of course, the issue of efficiency is very important, and we have an approach that we use, which is using an efficiency index that of course, it's an efficiency index that includes inputs and products. And that probably does not reflect the quality of services and of the public goods that we're evaluating in each one of the cases. So we have these limitations in terms of approaches.
Las diferencias que tú señalas,
And in terms of the differences that you mentioned, we can see the methodological differences that accounts for these types of differences. What I believe is clear is that messages are aligned with the work conducted by the bank recently, where we highlighted the difference that exists. We find that there is a clear difference between the results of what the multiplier can provide beyond the final value.
The end value, and as to Juan Carlos said, I do believe. Yes, okay. Just for this question, there's a difference in the response. We saw the difference in the results. This was one of the benchmarks, and we were comparing the results. The sample's different, and the decision of using the accrued base also has an impact, and that restricted the sample. We made that decision, and that limited the sample and what we can do with the data. Of course, this could even be the topic of an entire workshop, because those of us who have been working on this and other institutions as well, because that decision, those basic decisions from the data, the samples and the methodology actually do have an impact on the result. And some of the aspects that Maria mentioned is that we need to have better information about expenditure, public investment. Back to you. Is it input or output oriented? The efficiency indicator, is it output or input oriented? Does it control when you look at efficiency, or because of the level of efficiency? What type of approach? What we do is the index used by the IMF, and we standardize for the countries. But those are very technical aspects. Well, precisely because of that, results may change substantially. And so the key aspect is below 1, understanding why it's below 1. And that is my comment, I would say. What is behind that below 1? Yes, efficiency matters. There's an impact of it being higher than 1 or below 1. And in management, as the whole cycle of investment, what's behind. Because of the policy implications it has. So we are going to take the comments.
Y bueno, completando lo que decía Juan Carlos y también.
And also taking what Christian was mentioning as well. I think behind those effects, there's the productive structure of the countries. Of course, we can continue finding out, but always starting from the knowledge that national accounts in themselves make a regional analysis very complex. So the idea was to provide an estimate at a regional level to point out these aspects, but understanding that later on, in order to conduct a country level exercise, that would require working more deeply into accounts in order to provide some answers. Yes, the input-output charts. Yeah, there are some advantages to that as well. Yes. And as to Christian's comments, yes, of course. That's why we commented about the importance of coordination. I didn't show it in my slides, but in the chapter, there's detail that public spending in several countries is not only conducted by the central government. That's why it's so important to develop capacities at 3 levels. And in fact, the success or the results that we are assessing depend on those on that coordination among levels, but the results that are looked after with the investment may lose their effect in these stages. So coordination, especially prioritizing projects, for example, at a local, regional, and central level for us is quite important. Anything else?
Bueno, abro el piso.
I'm going to offer the floor since we still have some time in case there's any additional question or comment.
Oscar, sí es output oriented. Entonces, hay
Yes, it is output oriented, and that's an issue. And as Juan Carlos said, in fact, using the input-output matrix, those are discussions that go beyond or national accounts, but methodologically, that doesn't impact on the results. It's something that we need to be aware of. And as you said, we run an exercise with exports, and there's a significant impact on exports. And something that Ramiro mentioned, and you have mentioned, but most of all in this counter-cyclical part of public investment, the thing is that you cannot react if you don't do all the work. Projects, everything well defined, all that institutional arrangement. It's not that you're going to come up with a project overnight to start executing it 3 months down the road when you know that you're already in a recession. And that is the big challenge. Without that investment variable that should have a significant impact on the economy, well, it cannot work correctly because you don't have the entire pipeline of projects that should be coupled to it. Go ahead. Okay, thank you. My name is Alejandra Macias from Seattle, Mexico. My question and comment is for Pablo, for Adela, and for Maria Dolores. I really liked what you said, Pablo, that there is no fiscal space for new gender-based policies, but what exists need to be reoriented. In Mexico, we have this gender tagging, and that is done pre-execution of the budget. In a study we conducted a couple of months ago that is about to be published, we found that 26 to 30% of that budget is really oriented to closing gaps. Also, by law, we need to increase it year on year. We're going to reduce it. So what do? Okay, we exercise senior citizens pensions with no gender perspective, but basically just demographics, half men, half women. So my question is, if you have a process to redesign those policies that do already have a budget allocated and that could have this assessment with no perspective, but how can we do this? How can we close those gaps between men and women? That's one question. And the other one is, you talked about policies, tax policies that could be gender responsive beyond fiscal credits for care, for example. How to look at to redesign an ESR to include more women into the labor market, or simply having these effects at least identified among men and women. But I think that is the other question would be for Helmut about opening up a fiscal space to pay for pensions. We all agree that we suffer because of that kind of spending. But what happens with thinking about other type of policies that also contain pension spending? I don't know. I don't know if that is part of.
Gracias. Antes de darles la palabra para la respuesta, tenemos otra pregunta de Héctor.
We have a Hector's question now. I think this connects to Alejandra's question. This is for Helmut. I agree with him that social security should open up some fiscal space in the region and to be an important item. Now, my concern is that even in official documents, I see lots of confusion between social security, social protection, social assistance, and even more so with the financing sources. ILO and ECLAC maybe could develop a manual or a document that could actually explain part of that. This is an important topic, and would rather do it well. Is there an additional question?
Adele.
Thank you. Excuse me. Ana from the Ministry of Finance in Brazil. Adela, I must confess that I felt jealous of your presentation because in Brazil, the paternal leave is only of 5 days. And in this administration, we started discussing how to audit that. But still, we haven't been able to overcome the fiscal challenge of finding how to fund that. But I'd like to ask you, how were you able to fund the matching of parental leaves? And I believe there's a last question there. Yes. Well, as to this last question, maybe I would also add if there is any estimate in terms of a budget, how much this means, because I confess that I was also jealous, not only as a Latin American man, but also as a parent. Parental leaves of that duration. But the question is, my question is, how much would that cost from the spending point of view? Do you have any estimate? Maybe we could start in that order. Dolores first. Okay, I will focus more on the tax side of things. The region has made significant progress in terms of analyzing the tax impact on gender equality, and it's been seen from certain biases from the beginning, explicit or implicit biases. The explicit ones is whether you have some standard or regulation saying that the income tax needs to be declared by the husband unless the woman can comply with a number of requirements to show economic autonomy, or in countries where it depends on who actually files the taxes. There are very limited explicit biases, but what exists is implicit biases on tax matters, indirect ones, non-planned, which is precisely those externalities that you find when you come up with the taxes. Some examples in terms of taxes. And we remembered yesterday with Veronica, we started more than 10 years ago to discuss part of the tax and gender policies. Let me give you an example. When you have these simplified regimes, a single tax regime, etc., usually it's a value where you try to capture those who are in the informal sector to become formal, to at least pay a certain amount. In some countries, they've done it by industry. But in those industries or sectors, when you have that negative impact, is because they have not done the analysis of where are women overrepresented where they're working, and so they end up raising the rates in areas where they are more concentrated, for example, in terms of care, in everything having to do with hospitality, restaurants. So, of course, they are the ones that will pay the most.
Find implicit bias with regard to gender. At some point in time in my country, we said, okay, fine, let's apply a tax to special
consumption for perfumes because it's a luxury product consumed by women with the highest economic group in the society. So let's apply a tax to that product under the concept of progressivity. But we didn't realize that behind all of that, there was this army of women working to sell these products. And we actually inadvertently sent them to the unemployment lines. And it's important to understand the undesired, the unseen impacts when you, as a decision maker, do not take into consideration all the various different needs of men and women. Let's not just talk about fiscal spending, but let's also talk about how this taxes may have an impact that's unseen. And what about the cost of tax compliance? For example, if you say, okay, fine, I'm a rural, indigenous woman, and that means that in order to be part of the formal market, I have to go from the countryside to the provincial capital to make statements and forms in a language that isn't mine. You can see that the cost of tax compliance continues to exclude women from the labor market. At least they do not pay taxes because of that. And that's an example of some of the differential impacts that may arise on the income side. Thank you. Pablo, go ahead. This is difficult questions as far as taxation is concerned. Allow me to be sincere that as a country, we are quite far away from including this perspective in the most recent tax reform that we submitted to the Congress at the beginning of the administration. What we did submit was a document that did have a gender impact. And the main measure, in fact, was an exemption, a tax exemption related to care services. So I think we do, as a country, have an interesting challenge to rise to there. With regard to pensions, I do think that there are few elements worth mentioning. We just recently adopted a pension system reform. Our pension system was an individual capitalization-based system. As a result, the individual contribution, the individual accounts needed to fund women's longer life expectancy, and their contributions tend to be less. And so having a unified pension without an unbiased unified pension, without a doubt, would benefit women. Our discourse is that there's an indirect benefit there. Now, when you open the fiscal space, what we do, we decided to have a contribution that is paid by the employers. It's sent to the individual accounts, but other part of it is earmarked for an insurance, social insurance, that is designed to compensate the gender gap. Again, it's not an expenditure, it's part of social security, and the idea was to compensate that gender gap. It's actually called the life expectancy table bonus, because it's there to compensate the longer life expectancy of women. And it was crucial for all of this to be very much gender responsive. Now, with regard to the redesign processes, I think that I don't think we have a procedure that's institutionalized either, but we are trying to set up our practices, more daily activities that are helpful. But let me refer to some elements. What we do have is that our public policy monitoring and follow-up system makes it necessary for some programs to go through the process to go through this process of filling out forms, if you will, to involving redesigning the program, rethinking the design, etc. And we do that with programs that have received a poor evaluation or poor execution. And of course, some are not gender responsive. We could make it mandatory for them to go through this process to reflect upon it. We don't have it per se, but it's an opportunity for it's not mandatory, but it's an opportunity for the ministries to reflect upon this. Again, this was an unexpected outcome of making it necessary for the ministries to do this during the budget process and to pressure both of the budget individuals and the gender individuals to fill out these forms. Practically, in practice, it has allowed for this ministerial reflection process. Again, it's a practice. There's another minor example. We were going to receive support for workshops so that the government officials reviewing bills can be aware of this logic of applying gender perspective when reviewing bills. So again, we do not have anything institutionalized per se. It's a challenge we need to rise to, but these practices have enabled us to have an inward looking approach. And the labeling and the reporting are two practices that also allow for this. And civil society is involved, and the civil society has an opportunity to look inward, as does the government. Thank you. With regard to the question made by Alejandra in terms of how to gauge refocused budgets, I would suggest seeking incentives that tend to be found in the taxation systems. Incentives related to women who stay at home. Now, there are examples of those incentives in schemes that are considered to be joint taxation schemes. Not so much fiscal incentives, but for example, you may have a couple, and in some fiscal systems, you may have a couple where both work, but they receive different pay. There's a significant income gap between them. And so usually the woman is the one who earns less. Or you can have other benefits, any type of benefit that is based on the belief that care is a female matter. So you can have a benefit for women who have X number of children and not for men. Why? Well, because the idea is to take care of a vulnerability without discriminating the caregivers. So I think many of the adverse incentives present in all the fiscal systems can be eliminated simply by redirectioning them or revisiting them in order to take into better consideration what they're trying to take care of. Ala, I think, asked me a question as well. I would like to say that gender inequality is economically inefficient. From the moment we consider care to be a woman's matter and we remove it from the labor market, or we are doing away with all the potential related to that type of care job. And we're doing away with everything that can be reported back into the population. 50% of the population works in this realm. And so I think investing in this area has a good return. When we incorporate men into the care economy or into the care task, women will have the opportunity to be more involved in the labor market. In Spain, we did this little by little. We started back in 2017. We thought about 2007. We thought about doing it earlier, but it had to be postponed because of the 2008 financial crisis, and we managed along the way. And I don't know, someone was asking about an estimate. I think it was you. It's a very quick estimate, but 16 weeks are 1.2 million euro. Thank you. Helmut, go ahead to wrap it up. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to be here. There are 3 or 4 topics that make sense for me to comment on, even though perhaps some of these have not specifically been aimed at me. If you would allow me to also talk about paternity or parental leave. In fact, Adela, in her presentation, mentioned that there is not a specific ILO convention for this matter, but there is a convention that addresses maternity. It dates back to 1952, and the convention provides a standard, and the most advanced one is Convention 183, dating back to 2000, I believe, where there's a higher standard regarding parental leave, but there is no specific mention of parental or fatherly leave. How do you close this type of gap? In order to come up with a new ILO convention, this is a many-year-long cycle, and it's necessary for the member states to pick up this initiative. For example, the Ministry of Spain could launch this in partnership with other countries and with other social actors as well, who have a voice in the ILO, the workers, employers, and all together you could submit a proposal and explain that this is a challenge for the department and responsible for addressing gender issues. For example, we have a gender affairs, equality, inclusion affairs department. So you could come up with a technical basis for having a new standard. And then there is a cycle involving tripartite discussions. And then this is submitted by the Administrative Council to the General Annual Council. And again, it's a 2 to 3 year cycle for a new convention or standard to be adopted. Perhaps an opportunity to address this would be when it's stated that it's necessary to have minimal standards for care aspects. We know that this is increasingly urgent concept. So that again could be another opportunity. Anna had a question about cost of maternal and paternal leaves. I have also been the Secretary of Social Security in Brazil during the first 2 mandates of Lula, and I recall that we calculated how much it would cost to extend up until 180 days, 6 months maternal leave. I don't recall the figures, but I do recall the technical note that we wrote in the Ministry of Social Security, and we were a bit alarmed. There's a number. has to do with the number of children women have. And then Adela is also talking about the importance of fostering the participation of women in the labor market. So it's not an explosive cost curve that one might think. So that's not the case. I'm sorry, I wasn't as alarmed as I thought it would be. So I think that benefits for children are yet another opportunity as a way to make social protection universal. For example, maternal, paternal leave and benefits for children have such an important impact on health.
Capital, it is a clear investment in the long run. So we could move forward. I don't remember at the time why it stopped. There was a Bermuda Triangle between the Ministry of Health, of Finance, and the Ministry of Social Protection. It was not a priority at the time. Perhaps it could resume. Hector Villarreal makes a very timely suggestion on the possibility of international organizations sitting down together and trying to look at the terminology, the concepts, and aside from social protection and social security, which in our case, ILO is pretty much synonyms, there is social security, contributory, social insurance, social assistance, which I understand is a subordinated policy, subordinated to poverty. And there is a targeting of those benefits. And there's another term which some use and we do not use at the ILO, which is the safety nets, the emergency networks. We understand social protection is something more stable in the long term. It is a protection network with an institutionality that needs to continue to operate in the long term.
Habla sobre pensiones, espacio fiscal para
CS spoke about the pensions and the specific case of Mexico, as well as a long-term challenge of the demographic transition, how to take a demographic look at pensions. We're not going to find an answer here in the last few minutes, but I'm certain that we can't stop doing everything possible to have a labor market that is active, that has a participatory rate that is high, and it is important to maintain people for a longer period.
Todo eso son tareas de casa que tenemos que hacer.
Accidents in the workplace, etc. All of this is something we need to work on and perhaps at the same time discuss the components of the social protection system. The ILO has a vision that it is necessary to have a solidary block within the pension system, and some countries have decided to maintain private pensions as part of their structure in the pension system. And if you ask our opinion,
Como un pilar complementario de un pilar de solidaridad, pero es una decisión.
it is a solidary popular, but these are decisions that countries need to make as part of their autonomy and agreement. Convention 102 of the ILO speaks of this solidarity block, and they have ratified it. Several countries have ratified it, and those who have must have a public pension with social contributions.
Era lo principal que me foi perguntado. Muchas gracias. Disculpa, una última cosa que me acordé mientras hablaban de multiplicador.
Something I remembered when speaking of public investment, I remember the University of Sao Paulo, UNARI, which is a macro economy program, a development and macroeconomy program, took a look at several countries with data on several countries, and the first few also had had support from the ILO, and I worked on data collection, and we calculated the multiplier on social protection. So that could be, I think it was around 50 countries. I feel that this could also be useful information to have at hand, because most countries with a multiplier showed to be positive. It is an investment, not merely expenditure. Thank you. So with this, I would like to thank all the speakers of this panel for their contributions. Before we offer them a round of applause, I'd like to say that we'll be expecting you for the next session that starts at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Les esperamos mañana.
We will see you again tomorrow very early, and it is 5:45. We have a van service as we did yesterday. It will be outside to take everyone to the hotel, same order as yesterday. I don't know if you remember, what hotels are the vans going to? Which ones do you remember? Pullman and Director are going together, and Noi and NH go in the other van, I believe. All right, so 5:45 outside. There's no wine and all the pampering? No, just vans. Okay, thank you.